Hello everyone! Welcome to Intermediate International Tetris Showdown!
Hello, gamers. Welcome to Intermediate International Tetris Showdown. No, wait, I think I said that right. I think I did. I'm Cadigan. I'm here with
Yeah, I think
Clash.
it's indeed Cadigan. Yeah,
Um,
and I think
honestly,
this is saying in chat here. We're gonna have 10 supporters to be given today.
yeah, lots of supporters to be given out today. Um, what else is there? How's chat doing today? Looks like we've already got our first streamed match chosen as well. We're waiting on that to start.
True. And yeah, let's see our first match. It's gonna be between Frost and Atok, seed 16 and 17. As you can see here, one side is S plus and the other side is top SS, so it's gonna be very So I think it's gonna be a very interesting match to see. Especially since I look by the graph here, it definitely seems like they're both lean more towards PPS here. Or maybe not, I don't know for sure because I've yet to see them before, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna be both good players.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see how it's gonna.
taking a look at the stat triangles, we see that ATOC does have a clear advantage in terms of speed and APM, at least average over TL. But you know, it's a tournament; anything can happen.
Yeah.
And
It
Frost is
better be
higher
careful.
seeded. It looks like. I mean, Frost is lower seeded. It looks like. Strange, but it works.
Yeah. If it works, then it works. I'm ready to see if we're gonna have a warm up first. It looks like we are gonna have a warm-up match, so yeah, let's see how our players are gonna play here in the warm-up match, and what expectations we can have. Even though I don't think expectations will be had here, but yeah, let's see. First, starting off with PCO, Atok going for 9-0. Unfortunately, Frost does not get a PC here. Instead, transitions into 6-3 and getting the perfect cheese to accommodate it. Now see a quad from Atok, sending a bit more cheese over to Frost's board. I see some nice scheming here, and oh no, Atok's board is spiraling out of control. But fortunately, Atok did enough to get down a little bit, but does not go with it for long enough. And Frost is gonna take this warm-up match. Eventually, that is gonna be a very interesting match that we're gonna have here. Yeah.
That was a pretty solid
Like,
1 out 42 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like Frost did come
First
out on top.
warm-up we did. That's it, both sides are ready for the real match. And yeah, both sides looks like they're both ready for the real match. So good luck and fun. And let's see how this match is gonna go. I think this like gonna be a very interesting one after seeing this warm up. And we're starting off the warm up. Both sides going for PCO. I don't know, but Atok misdrops the tip is, or maybe not misdrops, maybe it was calculated, but Frost gets the second PC. And now Atok in a bit of trouble, but they have a lot of clean cheese. So I think that there's a lot of chance. There's quite a good downstacking potential here. Atok ready to downstack a bit. Now Frost is also very high up. Oh, it looks like Haydock is about to get a squad here. Frost here almost cancelling all of it, but you're gonna get a bit of cheese. And cancelling more, there's a bit more cheese here sent from Atok. But unfortunate misdrop there, and it looks like Frost is in a bit of a lot of trouble, especially after the type is misdrop. And yeah, Ito takes the first point. Oh no, Ito
Frost
misdrops
with
PCO, I
PCO.
think. First PCO from Frost. Unfortunately, no PC here, but yeah, we're gonna go into mid game since Atox went into 9-0 instead, and well, hey, Frost is very low on the board. The field is that clean, but going for a bit of 8-1 stacking. Not the best stacking, but very solid one if you can pull it off properly. Oh god, Frost in a bit of danger again. But gonna down stack enough. Gonna down stack to a safer position here. Taking a T-spin and Atok here, just building a bit of a center well. Not much I see, but unfortunately they have to block it due to unfortunate circumstances, aka a lot of cheese. Board seems pretty damn cheesed up actually, for Atok. And yeah, Frost here definitely has the upper end. Unfortunately, after 2 misdrops. And yeah, Frost takes a point, tying it up 1-1.
We can see no early O in this bag. Frost building up PCO again. Unable to get the PC, unfortunately. Atok going straight into 09 stacking.
And gonna get some center well thanks to great RNG. Yeah, looks like a great chance for a T-spin quality from Atok. Gonna take a T-spin first. A T-spin quad
Nice
set up
down
for
stack skimming from Atok.
bro. God, Atok has lots of cheese here on the board. Very close to topping out, but managed to survive for a bit. Atok's gonna need a good down stack, especially down stack if they want to survive it is, I think. Yeah, Atok opens up a very solid well, gonna get this spin quad. Sending quite a bit of cheese over to Frost's board. Oh, and it looks like both sides are now, I'd say fairly even, or probably not anymore, but there was a bit of a point that they're both fairly even. Oh no! Atok with an unfortunate misdrop there, but still surviving, even though it's very high up. Right, Atok gets access to the well and now getting eventually down stack, I'd say. Okay, right, 2-minute mark. Soon enough, we're gonna see a bit of a speed up here on the board. Because I'm gonna start falling down a bit faster. But yeah, right now, it seems that like Atok is going for a T-spin. And if he finally gets the T-piece, gonna get a very solid. Gonna get a few lines in there. Gonna get some nice skimming. Unfortunate misdrop there. Unfortunate T-piece misdrop there for Frost. But Spiral get the board into a bit of a messy position, but yeah, looks like so far. Oh no, Frost misdrops the eyepiece. That's not good. And yeah, Atok's gonna take a second point out of this round.
Frost setting up PCO again, Atok as well. Unfortunately, Atok did have a mishold. Frost unable to get the PC.
Yeah, from here we're gonna go into mid game. Gonna sub 6 free from Atok for a bit. Yeah. Right now it seems like Frost definitely has a very clean 7-2 well here. Or 2-7 well. Instead of taking a T-spin, Frost gotta go for the quad. Which was a better choice in my opinion since the TPs didn't seem to come for a while there. Okay, quad into T-spin single and Atok is in lots of trouble right now. But it seems to be helping right now. And yeah. But you can see Atok getting access to a well now and didn't see like a bit of trouble here, but Atok manages to get a quad and open up the another well. I see a bit of scheming over from Frost over on Frost side. Atok is now in a bit of danger again, but gonna get a quad. Gotta send a few lines over to Frost's board. Fortunate misdrop there, however. And yeah. So far it looks like both sides are trying their best to send more lines. Or to be exact, Atok seems to be trying to downstack from this board, and Frost unfortunately has some bad S pieces there on the board. You know, Atok gets a very solid T-spin single. And yeah. Oh, and Atok finds that multi quad and manages to top out Frost, taking the third point. Very nice. Okay, PCO from Atok and from Frost. Unfortunately, Atok misdrops it. Frost finds the PC. And we're going to the mid game. Atok having a clean cheese well that he needs to get the access to. When find the multi-quad 10 spike, take it a 4 point, match point for Atok. Okay, TKI versus 9-0. Okay, very solid T-spin quad there, 13 spike, which Frost is gonna survive. And now Atok transitioning into a bit of 9-0 stacking. Yeah, it looks like Atok is about to get some very solid damage to send over to Frost. Oh, and Frost is in a lot of trouble right now. Oh no, and looks like Frost opts out and Atok is gonna win this match 5-1. Dual play to both players, that was a very well fought match. And yeah.
What an interesting first round. Did not
Bro.
expect it to be Atok to take that round. It resulted in an upset, Atok moving on to match 9 to face against seed 1. For us getting moved down to losers bracket.
Mm.
Taking a look at the bracket, we can see that currently match 2 is in progress. Matches 11, 12, and 13, and also 14 might also be in progress right now. Match 9 has just started. Match 16 might be in progress, and losers side are still waiting for their other players to be filled.
Players from the second round. Once the second round ends, we're probably gonna see some losers bracket matches starting to go on. Yeah.
Like we've got match 14 as our next match. Requin versus Precise, seed 7 versus seed 10.
Yeah. But take a look at their stats, we can see. can see that they both are SS ranks here. Precise at the bottom area of SS and Requiem I think more or less to low to middle SS and yeah. And for stats it definitely seems like they are more in favor of Precise here.
Yeah, Precise does seem to have better stats, but is lower seeded as they are 400 TR below Requin.
Yeah. It looks like we're gonna have ourselves a war up now between these two players. So let's see what they have. Everything. Okay, both sides start with PC on. Unfortunately, Requiem misdrops. Precise gets the PC. Going for a second one. Not gonna get it, unfortunately. Ooh, and Requiem getting some clean T-spin quad, clean quad to T-spin there. Precise in a bit of danger right now.
Nice down
Yeah.
stack from Precise.
Very solid down stack indeed.
Cheese left
Damn.
in the middle of his board. Gonna slow down his down stack a lot. It was a nice T-spin.
Yeah, Precise following up for a T-spin here as well, and yeah, another T-spin quad then. And now Requiem is very high up in quite a bit of danger actually. Requiem's gonna need a very solid pieces here. Oh god, take that T-spin single. Very interesting choice, but it's not greedy if it works. And yeah. Oh no, Requiem double misdrop there. Oh god, but Precise also having some problem on the board. Yeah, now both sides are a bit out of the problems, but still a lot of cheese to downstack through, so...
Precise building up a T-spin with no T-piece inside. Feeling like he's gonna overcommit.
Gonna destroy it.
Does get the T-spin double down.
So far it looks like... Okay, Requiem's gonna go for another T-spin here, and yeah, definitely seems like Requiem's gonna get it. And Precise is in a lot of danger right now. And Precise tops out. After 2 minutes of a round, Requiem takes his warm-up match. Definitely seems like it's gonna be a very interesting round that we have here.
Definitely gonna from this set, this round alone, it looks like it's gonna be a pretty long set.
Yeah. I really feel like it has the potential to be very long. But who knows? Anything can still happen.
We got TKI from Precise.
Besides, they're going to try to get a T-spin there. Gonna pull it off. Yeah, Besides takes the quad. Now they have access to the wheel. They can get another T-spin quad out of it, but yeah, that's like seems like they take a bit of time before taking a T-spin. And here comes another quad, and Requiem is very close to topping out here. And lots of pressure in there from Precise. Too much for Requiem, and Precise takes the first point.
See Requiem with PCO again, Precise. Also
PCO from Requiem getting the PC. Going for T-spin here, and yeah, we're now going to mid game. Requiem is an unfortunate misdrop here, and 15 spike from Precise.
Requiem did have a nice misdrop fix though.
Yeah.
Setting up that quad into a T-spin, 11 spike. Precise shot up to the upper middle part of his board.
Yeah. Who knows, anything could still happen out of it from here, and right now it seems like Precise gonna get 7 spike down stack. Likely to send in too much over to Red Queen's board. Seem to be deemed to the board state pretty well, I'd say. Yeah. Very solid gameplay here from both sides. Precise trying to get back to back, I think. Never mind. Precise gonna get down, break the back to back. Gonna take here a T-spin single. However, Requin here with great pressure in there, so. However, Precise gonna find a T-spin quad out of very high up, and yeah, looks like we might see Precise come back from this. Who knows? Okay. Unfortunately, Precise is kind of getting into has some problems on the board. A lot of cheese too. Yeah, Precise is very close to topping out here. That's like not good in the end. Precise got top out. Requin takes the point. It's now 1-1. Alright. Looks like Precise they're having a bit of an early misdrop there, and yeah. Now building on top of it, some 9-0 stacking. Very solid gameplay here from Precise.
Requin with the middle of the board kite on. Unfortunately having to bail out of it because of the garbage. Smart move,
Yeah.
but unfortunately their down stack decisions were not the best, giving Precise a second point.
True. Precise still wants to keep the lead on there. So I won't not release it anytime soon. Oh, very solid down stack there from Red Queen. Yeah. Now, Precise around the upper middle area of the board here, but I get a quad out of it over there, and meantime, Red Queen gonna get some T-spins going on. Set up for a T-spin triple, I think. Or
Requin
never mind,
did
not gonna
have
set
a-
up for. Yeah, Red Queen here gonna. It's very low on the board here, not too much problems here, but gonna get a bit up to the middle, to the low middle area, but still not much. That like affects Red Queen's stacking. Very solid 180 spin there, but not saying. But now just gotta get a bit of skimming here. Oh no, miss holder for Red Queen. That's not good. I'm gonna get a tip is right afterwards to get a T spin. Ooh, Precise tried to go for back to back, but has to break it because they're too high to keep it. Ooh, but that was very solid. That was a very high T spin double. But it works to cancel all that cheese there. Now Precise is back, has some very solid cheese wells. Unfortunate misser, but not a very hard fix in fact. In fact, just a simple 180 spin. And yeah, now Red Queen is gonna need to find a very solid down stack here, cause they seem to be in a bit of trouble, but gonna find the down stack. Yeah, definitely seems like both sides here. Oh no, but fortunately Precise had some unfortunate holes on the board, some self-made cheese. And yeah, I think Precise got top out here, and Queen ties it up to 2. Both sides going PC. Oh, Red Queen finds PC. Precise does not find it, unfortunately, or miss, or like the 96 drop. Yeah, now Precise has a very solid center wall. Oh no, but unfortunately tip is misdrop there. Not the best placement for the tip. Yeah, that looks like Requin here is gonna get a bit of a mini 4 wide, I'd say. Never mind, not going for the 4 wide. They're now trying to wait for the T. Trying to get a T spin there. Gonna get a T spin quad, in fact. And Versailles with unfortunate misdrops on the board. I'll give Requin a third point and the lead. Right?
We've got Requin with DT Cannon Precise still going for PCO. Unfortunately, not able to get the PC.
So going for
Goes
extend.
straight into it.
Yeah, going a bit for extend. Oh, trying to go for the donation, but I think it's a bit too high to go for. Yeah, too high to go for a donation, and Requin takes the 4th point. Match point for Requin. Okay. Precise with the extend PCO misdrop. Very unfortunate.
Requin with the DT Cannon misdrop, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately both sides misdrop their openers time around. So we're gonna head right into the mid game over here. Yeah. Right now it looks like both sides are having some more downstack in need, and yeah, Requin has quite a messy board right now, but gonna get out of it and luck the well. Unfortunate misdrop from Precise there, but yeah, but definitely seems like Precise finds the solution to get out of it. Gonna take a T-spin single quad, and meanwhile Requin's gonna try and unleash a bit of an STSD there, but gonna break it after the first T-spin. Don't know why, but yeah, after a 10 spike here from Precise, Requin tops out to make it the 4-3 now. Alright, TKI versus TKI, opposite side TKIs. Both sides trying to go for a bit of LST, but then breaking it. Very nice floating TSD there. Okay, going for a TSS here. Yeah, looks like Requin here is a bit of a few bad misdrops, unfortunately. But still gonna manage to unleash the quad into another triple and gonna do a bit of down stacking. You know, Precise managed to get a T-spin going on. And Requin taking a few T-spin singles. But Requin is a lot of danger again. Who knows, maybe we are gonna see a comeback here. But maybe not, because Requin gets a 10 spike. But Precise managed to somehow survive through it. But unfortunately, gonna get a bit more cheesier from Requin, and yeah, this is it for this round. Requin takes the 5th point and wins this round. GG well played to both sides. That was quite a round, must I say. Yeah. So many back and forths there. There was some potential here for a comeback here, but unfortunately, did not happen. Unfortunately, but yeah, that was some crazy. That's a crazy round.
Taking a look at bracket. Looks like next
Yeah,
up we
frankly, our next one is match 32. Currently we're waiting on the second player to join. They spin me the queue, no way. And yeah, right now we're just waiting for a bit to see if the other player joins the room.
Taking a look at bracket status, we've got 3 rounds, 3 games built for round 3 of winner's side, which means we'll be getting to round 4, starting top 8 very soon. As for losers, losers is always going to be a bit behind as expected because, you know,
Yeah.
you need to play one winner's side in order to get matches for the loser's side. And currently we're still on losers round 1. Couple people from losers round 2 have already been filled, but from there we're just waiting on to get to losers round 4, which is going to be the start of top 8.
Yeah.
Looks like our second player has joined the room. Currently asking for a warm-up if needed.
Okay. Yeah, looks like. Let's see if we have warm up. So yeah, look at the stats here. We can see that that Flurry is fairly high on the is on the higher end of the SS rank right now, and yeah, be crazy. The top of S plus, the literal top of S plus, and yeah.
Players are about 1,000 TR away from each other. Taking a look at stats, you can see Be Crazy has the higher win rate, but the lower overall stats if you look at the triangle. Be Crazy is seeded higher at seed 11 versus Flary seed 3. This is going to be a pretty interesting match. We might see something completely unexpected from both players.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows? Maybe the underdog here is gonna win. Maybe, you know, not know until we see the match. Okay, and we're going into the warm-up. Okay, Flurry going for TKI. Be Crazy, you're going for a PC pattern, but unfortunately not gonna get a PC, gonna get denied a PC. Yeah. This seems to be a bit of flag in here, at least on my end, but yeah, so far it looks like both sides they are playing some solid mid games. Ferrer with a fair share of some downs, a fair share of scheming over there. And yeah, Flair is gonna take the warm-up match.
Very short warm-up compared to our first 2 games.
Definitely seems like the upper end is definitely seems like the game is feels like this matchup is definitely favoring Flurry here, so looks like we're gonna so I can expect actually Flurry to probably be the winner or of this round or something, but we don't know until we see the match. Maybe Be Crazy is gonna pull off some crazy win here or something. Especially since according to his stats, he also has very good blitz score, so and also very solid sprint, so from both sides. So yeah, definitely second it's gonna be a very interesting match, if you ask me. Okay, seems like both sides are ready now, so I think it's time to start the next round. And we're starting. Let's see how this match is gonna go. Okay, we're gonna set some TKI, gonna set some more T-spins here. Think flaring for TKI Castle top or something. Yeah. Very solid T-spin quad there from Be Crazy. Gotta send plenty of cheese over to Flair's board. And yeah, and looks like lots of clean cheese there, so Flair definitely has some quite a spike in potential in here. Gonna get a double quad? No, gonna get two quads separately in fact, instead actually. But still, going strong with a bit of a back-to-back here. Flair 4 back-to-back right now. Gonna take the first point here. Very solid stats actually. Yeah. No TKI versus TKI. See a bit of LSD stacking. Never mind. No LSD stacking here this time around. Yeah, very solid RNG there for Flurry. Both sides are now going into the mid game, and looks like a bit crazy might be going for a bit of oh, look, I said not a donation. Not gonna get donation, but instead gonna get just T-spin here. Take this triple into T-spin, but yeah. Right now it seems like the crazy has quite a bit of cheat on the board. Or maybe the crazy is gonna find a very solid down stack. Yeah, both sides are very solid cheese wells here. Especially Flurry has, two very solid left side wells. Oh no, unfortunate OP misstep there for Flurry. Be Crazy gonna get a quad. Oh, but oh no, Flurry is gonna top out right here. Be Crazy is gonna take a point. That's what I'm so crazy. That was kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Yeah, Flurry gonna start TKI, and so it Be Crazy gonna have a T-spin quad over here. I'll build up another T-spin, and yeah, looks like Be Crazy gonna go for a bit of back-to-back. But unfortunately, Flurry is gonna top out right here. Be Crazy taking a second point. Very nice. Flurry is gonna go for MKO. And Be Crazy. Well, I'll go a bit for LSD stacking, I think, now. Well, never mind, not gonna go for LSD stacking. Instead, I'm gonna go for left side 9-0. For a little bit. Not that I could add a bit of cheese to down stack through, but yeah, we'll have to see. And right now, Flurry also getting some very solid cheese wells here. I'm gonna get a quad from out of the cheese wells, and oh god, that hole there. And okay, here I can see a bit of a delay there for Flurry when the cheese comes to Flurry sometimes. It looks like both sides looks like Flurry might be having a bit of an internet issue or something, but yeah. Flurry is still up here, and gotta get an STSD, gotta get 40 spicated spike. Be Crazy is gonna top out. Flurry ties it up to the 2. Okay, another MKO. Into I don't know what that opener what Be Crazy did was. I think it might be some kind of opener that could end in the PC in some way. I don't know. I haven't seen that opener before. But yeah, right now it looks like Flurry here is kind of a lot of trouble. And Flare tops out. Big Credit takes the third point. All right. MKO versus DKI, I think. Yeah. Now we're going to mid game when Flurry here has a bit of back to back, but unfortunately also a bit of DC Cannon. Well, not really DC Cannon yet, just a bit of a lag cannon, unfortunately. And yeah, Flurry is in a lot of trouble right now. Gonna find the solution to cancel that cheese though, so Flurry is gonna still be alive for a bit. Very solid gameplay there from Flurry. Very solid down stack there. Flurry is back down. Back to being fairly low on the board. And Big Crazy manages to cancel and send five of the lines over to Flurry now. Well, a bit of an interesting board, I'd say. Yeah. Looks like Flurry is doing much better now. Big Crazy tried to go for a T-spin, finally getting the T-piece. Now get a bit of a down stack. And yeah, now Flurry is right back up to the upper middle area. Oh no, it'd be crazy if unfortunate base drops. I think this is over this round for Big Crazy, and Flare ties it up yet again. This looks like a back and forth match actually. Always switching between the two. Going back and forth like quite a bit here. MKO versus STPC. No PC this time though. Yeah, Big Crazy in a lot of trouble, but gonna get out and get one of the shield. Gonna get the second one now. Trying to go for a T-spin, I think. Yeah, and gonna take the T-spin and gonna get a bit of a 10 spike there. And Flurry doing pretty well. Oh god, and that donation, the tie board donation there from Big Crazy. It's not what about Flurry, and it looks like it's now a match point for Big Crazy actually. Really going crazy right now. Another SDPC there. And this time it's gonna end with a PC. Oh, going for DPC, but yeah. Or mind, just taking into LST, but Flurry is gonna top out. Big Crazy is gonna be advancing out to top 8. Duel played.
Very well played from both players. That is an upset too. An upset
True.
between. Yeah, an upset between seeds. Hold on, I gotta find it on the bracket again.
Seeds 3 and 11.
Oh yeah, 3 and 11. Yeah, that's a huge upset.
True. That was like a very crazy match, I must say. And yeah. Okay.
Looks like we've got an update on the bracket screen. We should be moving into top 8, probably after the next set.
Yeah.
Which means that'll also signal the caster switch. Actually, losers bracket does have does need a bit of time to catch up though, so we might need to do maybe 1 or 2 matches.
Mhm.
Either way, all that matters is we'll be here for a little longer.
Yeah. Right now.
Like our next match is between Perception and Be Crazy. C2 versus Seed 11. I don't know.
Yeah.
We might see another upset here with how Be Crazy was playing last set.
Who knows? Anything can really happen in this match.
Oh, round 4 is part of top 8, isn't it? Yep. I guess we
Yeah,
are starting
it's
top
not-
8 now. Which
Yeah, I
means
think so, because this is a match. This is the winner semis match, so I think we are actually probably starting top 8.
Which means there probably should be a commentator swap. Because I only agreed to be here for one block.
Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, just have to see. But we are gonna have a warm up. Alright.
We are with the next set of commentators. Good luck, have fun. I'm gonna go eat breakfast.
Yeah, it looks
Thank
like
you
our.
for having me.
Yeah, we're gonna be swapping out the spherical. And so I think, and yeah, thank you. And yeah, I wish you good luck with the commentary here. And yeah,
Thanks. Yeah, it was great having you. I think we should be entering top 8 now. I guess our first stream match. Oh, by the way, this is Spherico and should I call you SSHCHR? What do you go by
In
on
general,
stream?
people tend to call me Chris.
Chris?
Yeah.
Well, it's Spherical and Chris commentating top 8 for y'all. This will be cool. I think our first match should be between Perception and what's it? Be Crazy? I think I remember playing Perception in TO once. I lost.
I don't play nearly enough Tetrao to know people, so that's fun.
That's fair. You have more of a life than I do.
No, I just do it playing other games.
Ooh, fair.
All in programming, but yeah.
Other Tetris games?
One particular game, I play Tetris Effect Connected a whole lot.
Ah, okay. Yeah, those games seem pretty cool. I was considering getting them at one point, but I don't think my laptop can handle them.
Sure.
Anyway, should we look at their stats a bit? What do you think of the matchup? Oh.
I have a feeling this will be a somewhat close match. I haven't seen too much for Tetrao matches, but in general, I do believe that they end up being pretty heated matches at times.
Yeah, that's true. Tetrio matches can be pretty heated. Although I feel like in this case, Perception being much higher in TL than TR than Be Crazy is, it might be kind of hard for them to keep up.
That is a good point. But I do believe that who knows how it might actually go. So far in this warm-up game, it does seem that they are acting in fairly equal states. The occasional misdrop throwing everything off, but
I guess. Yeah, Mento could play a big role in it. I know sometimes if I'm in a particularly bad mood, I'll play much worse than I'm supposed to. Not on purpose, but, you know. No, I think Be Crazy is getting pushed kind of high up. Looks like they're having a hard time dealing with all the cheese. Perception. Oh. Yep, that's game. Alright, well, warm-up is one thing, the actual match is another, and guess we'll be going into that now. First to 5. Let's go. American player versus Vietnamese player. I hadn't seen Be Crazy's badges before, but it looks like they have an all clear badge as well. That's pretty rare for an S+.
Sure, I haven't looked hard enough, but yeah. Also, it's first to 7, so that's hard to see things
Oh,
properly.
first to 7?
Yeah. Off
I
the
guess
bat,
that makes
we get
sense
a
since it's top 8 now.
immediately to start this match, Perception got an all clear, and that has put Be Crazy into a bit of a tight situation, but with the right I and T-spin there, got pretty comfortable now with that.
With your board stay, yeah.
Slight misdrop on that J, just couldn't do it. Yeah, one thing about Tetrail is it's a lot more friendly to the option of setting pieces where they top you out. Where in many other games you will just get topped out if the piece or if the location directly above the board where the piece would spawn gets blocked. Tetrail actually pushes that up a couple of rows at times. So, like on Perceptions here, you can see the little X boxes which indicate where the piece would actually get placed, and therefore, if any Mino's gotten that spot, then you would die. So, yeah.
True. Lockout is definitely a very helpful mechanic to take advantage of. I think in the past, I think in the past, Tetrio actually didn't have lockout. Like, it was a recent thing that was added. So I guess we'll also see how players adapt to that mechanic.
I'm not sure on that, but I do know that Perception here had a very nice all clear that was a bit delayed from what would usually be expected, whereas Be Crazy was going for just the traditional one and could not find it. But now with a large garbage queue, that'll be hard to work through, and just a bit too much and a bit too late brought Perception another win there.
Yep. Bit too little, bit too late. This looks like a early O-back, although neither of the players start off with a SDPC. Perception going into just freestyle PCs, alright. Get sent a bit of garbage though.
The one line of garbage.
I guess I should probably elaborate on that for our viewers. What are your thoughts? Should I explain the opener rock, paper, scissors?
Well, why not? I could just butt in with the game on occasion.
Alright, you done? Well, I mean, I'm sure most of our players knows, or have at least being spiked against by a player using SDPC, or a similar early opener. Essentially, those openers make it a lot easier to start the game off with a lot of perfect clears, so you can really quickly get your opener spiked out if they're not prepared to counter that opener. The reason why I said this is sort of can be an opener rock, paper, scissors is because if you use an opener such as SDPC, since it's very reliant on sending PCs to your opponent, if your opponent sends garbage really quickly back to you, then of course you're not going to get a PC. And that's something that's very achievable with something like TKI. But I think that's enough blabbering about openers. I think let's get back to looking at the match going on right now.
Yeah, just a bit ago, Be Crazy had a nice 15 spike, which brought Perception up on the board. But now with that large chunk of garbage, Be Crazy was not able to get down the eye piece that would have cleared the way for more garbage management. Instead, both players going for PC, and neither of them getting it. But Perception now with going with some kind of similar strats to the infinite PC strategy. Don't know if that's what, but he could not get it in time, and now both players are, for the most part, just freestyling here.
Yeah, now they're solidly into the mid-game part of the match, I'd say.
Looks like Be Crazy's having a bit of trouble figuring out what they want to do with the pieces that they're being provided here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Seems like they're having a bit of trouble sending pressure. But do continue?
I can't tell if earlier that they missed the 180 spin, or just didn't have the right setup for 180 spin there. But yeah, that put their board in a bit of a challenging position, and now with all that garbage, that gave Perception another win.
2 more to go.
Very quick all clear there.
Mm-hmm. Immediately sends Be Crazy a ton of garbage. It's all clean though, so there's an opportunity for some counter spikes there.
No, Perception is with a 2-7 stack. Slightly uncomfortable at times to work with, but after a bit of freestyling, now it's all up to all in the open for what to do. Whereas Be Crazy now has a couple lines of slightly messy garbage to work with here. It'll take a little bit to get through that, but that does also mean that the same messiness can be sent over with the way that Tetrail decides how messy garbage lines should be sent.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of strategy you can have as well in sending more messy garbage or cheese to your opponent. Like if you're making sure to, like when you take a T-spin, right? If you specifically only clear 1 line with that, then you send 2 lines instead of the usual 4. And I think players can take advantage of that. Like just now, Perception pulled off a T-spin single. That can send more cheesy garbage to your opponent, which is a good thing to keep in mind. And now Be Crazy is quite high up, gets KO'd by Perception. We're at match point now.
Showing there that Tetrail just sometimes does not care about lockout.
Well, I would say that lockout, there's like rules to doing it, right? Like if you're quite high up, you still have to be careful with the spawn position of your pieces. Like if you place a bunch of pieces in the middle of your board, then of course there's going to be no space to spawn. You're going to get KO'd immediately, basically. But I think what you said about the spawn position is also a good point, because if you leave like a hole in the middle of your board, like with openers or strategies such as 4 wide, then sometimes like center 4 wide, then you can get a lot more pieces in before you get topped out.
It is very true. With a lot of the ways that Tetrao offers a bit of forgiveness at the top of the board, it ends up being. It seems like it would be beneficial for like 4-wide and things, but Tetrao also has some nerfing things done to the 4-wide because of its prevalence and ability to do strong attacks in most modern Tetris games.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I feel like it's less of a, oh, you do 4-wide, you instantly win, and you have to be sure to get like a combo. Like if you're facing off, this kind of plays into the opener, what's it called? Opener rock, paper, scissors I mentioned earlier. If you try to use 4-wide against SDPC or something like that, you can get very quickly topped out. And at that point, it relies on how well you can keep a combo. And not everyone is good with that kind of thing.
It is true. With that, Perception did win that particular match. I'm not 100% sure on what match we're doing next, because I think I might have an outdated board here, but I'll find out eventually.
Alright. Perception 171, right?
That is true.
I died. Might as well report the score while I'm at it.
And it seems that overall, Be Crazy had sent about as much as received, but that's in part due to that Perception was sending a lot more of lines than and clearing away the lines that Be Crazy was sending over, to the point where Be Crazy was about equal in the two metrics because of how well he was at clearing away what was being sent as well as sending counterattacks. But Perception definitely had the advantage of being able to counteract all of that more easily to send more attack of their own.
Yeah, that's true.
As we're sitting here, I think it might be reasonable to talk about IITS a little bit. I don't know how much that was discussed earlier, but IITS is part of the International Tetrao something or other that I can never remember. International Tetrao Showdown. It's basically a collection of pretty much weekly events that allow people of any skill level to play with others at a somewhat reasonable similar skill level as well. And by doing it in this way, we are able to allow more people to have the kind of fun winning experience that in many major tournaments just might not be able to happen for some of the more intermediate players.
Yeah, that's true. I think the tiered way that ITS is set up is pretty helpful for getting newer players into the tournament scene. You know, encouraging them to play even if they're not super at the level to join opens quite yet, and maybe not like at the level to join SS Cap tourneys. Because there's a lot of SS Cap tourneys, but not quite as much for beginner ranks such as, or well, maybe not beginner, since A is technically the average rank of most Tetrio players, but, you know, around that level.
Alright, hello everyone. I guess I'm just hopping in here from the behind the scenes, you know? I'm PixelateTC, of course, the host, the founder, sort of. I guess basically the host of this tournament. So nice to meet you all. Let me talk a bit about ITS in general, as you guys have mentioned it. So we have, well, right now we have 4 tiers, but I would say the first tier is kind of like not happening for quite some time because not many people joined it. It seems like A+ players are not so aware that we have tournaments for you guys, but we do, and we host them once every 4 months. So these tournaments are actually, and let me fix one point that Chris says there. It's actually monthly, and we go up each 1 tier per month, and then cycle back to the lowest tier, and then so on. That's how we're gonna go. Though I would say our cycle will break for one special event at the end of the year, which we'll announce later in in AITS, the advanced one, the U cap, because that is relevant to the expert cap as well. So yeah, that event might be quite big to some extent. Hopefully it will be big enough for, you know, top players to join, but we'll see how it goes. And that's basically the main idea of ITS. You said it there pretty nicely, which is like to allow new players who are, you know, usually not able to compete in those opens or even SS caps sometimes, to join, to have a tournament, have a place that they can play and have fun. And while they're at it, they can have a chance of winning supporter, because how we give a supporter away here is not to the winners, but more so we random it out to the players who participate in the tournament. So that's the main thing I want to like be emphasizing here, is that you're here to have fun, not here to, you know, maybe here to win as well, but of course, but your only goal here should not be winning, but to be having fun as well. And yeah, all right, now we're gonna fire some no, not announcements, advertisements for other tournaments. I think you two can do this one. Yeah, I'm gonna hop back behind the scenes now. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for the quick info from Pixel about the tournament, future tournament setup for ITS. Very helpful.
Yeah, so here we've got Tetrao Journey is coming up here with their Windflower. Next weekend is their tournament. This will be a major qualifier for the World Championship thing. So if you are one of the people who are going for that, or you just want to have some fun there, that is later on. It's this next weekend, a week from today, more specifically. Times are listed there. That'd be 4 p.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. Eastern for those who don't want to read 24-hour base times.
Yeah, week from now. That gives you some time to prepare if you want to play. And the next thing we have up is the TAWS and Hard Drop Super Lobby. The Super Lobby will go starting from lower ranks and all the way up to just an open room. As you can see, it starts off at like C ranks and such. It's pretty fun. I've played it before. Usually at the end, the last time I played it, at the end they had a few gimmick rounds as well. Just some funny modes that you usually don't get to play on Tetrio, so I think that's also fun. Seems to be that this is happening later today, so get that put onto your calendar, I suppose. You can also get some cool badges. You can see that on the screen. And yeah.
Then we also got Stratosphere coming up here, which has a U floor, but I believe, if I recall correctly, they are all Tetrao minor events as well, where you can get special Tetrao badges from it, and they also count towards your 5 Worlds minor events as well. They have one coming up next week. It'll be the 10th instead of the 9th from the previous one at 5 p.m. Eastern time, which would be 2 p.m. Pacific time as well. And if you are a U player or better, that is an event for you.
Man, it kind of makes me wish I were U rank, because those badges look really nice. And the next tournament we have up is actually for a different game called Topple Pop. It's a newer game that Puzzle Kingdom has been running test streams for and also running tournaments. So if you're into Topplepop, that's a good thing to play in as well. That'll be happening a few hours from now, actually. And looks like there will be singles and doubles brackets, so maybe you could find a teammate playing that together.
With that, we are approaching the next match here between LWI and I think that's a Free Cat TV or something. Free Cat, I don't know. Either way, this will once again be an interesting match. We have the number 1 seed here, and those are always exciting to see.
True. Looking at the stats so far, yeah, it looks like we, or LWI, has quite the advantage over Africat. But I mean, seed 13, right? It's not too much of a. It's not too much of a seed difference. Interesting fun fact up there for Africat, though. Guess they're into Korean baseball. Anyway, I think with that we should get into the match, or warm-up rather.
Both of these players are starting off with different strategies here. LWI was very quick on their garbage sending, and a Free Cat has a little bit of a mess to clean up, but gets a nice eyepiece there to help with the cleaning up the garbage, and can continue to work through this very nicely.
True. They've cleaned up their board quite nicely and have a much cleaner stack to work with now. Although I'm not sure how I feel about the stack of Z pieces in the middle. Louis here as well, and doing some, what looks to be some counting to 4, trying to get some donations in.
Up high on the board, an eye piece and a little bit of a T-spin and some other freestyling is saving them, but it still is pretty close, and now is not enough, and Free Cat got the warm-up match.
Yep. Going straight into the match now.
These players are ready, and we are off.
Yep. Starting right off, we have a bag that looks to be pretty good for PCO, and Louis does in fact go for PCO. Well, Africat starts off with some 9-0 stacking. Might be a little bit of a risky decision, in my opinion. But if they can counter spike this, which they do, it's not too bad of a situation in the end.
Both of these players are working very nicely with what they have been offered, but a Free Cat there had a bit of a double well there at the end there, and that just was too much, which gave their opponent the first match.
Yeah, got too much garbage sent all at once. They were topped out. Here again, we're starting off with Africat is going for some classic 9-0 stacking, while Louis is comparatively low on their board. Does some nice counting to 4 there. It's a very good way to keep a back-to-back 2. For anyone who isn't familiar, essentially you try to, count your lines, get 4 lines exactly, so you can send a quad. It's a good way to open up your well and down stack at the same time. But you have to, play keeping that in mind. And Louis takes the second round with that.
And adding to that, Tetrio does provide extra oomph behind having lots of back-to-back. With a very quick DT cannon there, that was just too much for a free cat there, and that ended up with a quick top out.
Yep.
Now into this next match, Afrika there has a very clean well and gets 2 quick Tetrises off of that. And with a few more lines cleared, is at the bottom of their board, but with a slightly misplaced L there. But with a nice Z spin tuck in there, it's all very clean now. Where Louis there is having to work through this, gets the counting to 4, and is able to get to the clean part of their garbage to stay into this very nicely.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Louis has some good survival. It'll be hard for Africat to immediately KO them. Especially with that misdrop there. Quite unfortunate. Although it looks like they have a down stack here into a T-spin. Didn't take the T-spin. Oh well.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, but here it seems like a free cat is passing up on many T-spin opportunities to try to work through this. But now with an I misdrop, that was just brutal. Giving Lee another win there.
Setting up so many dependencies. Yeah, definitely with finding T-spins, it's kind of a balance thing. You gotta be careful when you set that up. Chris is right in that if you are consistently trying to look for T-spins, you could very easily mess up your board. But if you've got a safe T-spin to take and you're trying to downstack, sometimes it's a good idea to greed for that because it can actually keep your opponent from immediately hitting you with more garbage. You know, it's like offense is the best kind of defense kind of thing. Or, well, more specifically, it's like if you get sent some clean garbage, you can have a T-spin ready and then use that to cancel the garbage you are sent.
Yeah, with T-spins, they do provide a great opportunity of slowing the progress of the opponent's attacks, which sometimes may just be the deciding factor in the ability for one to get clean and have a good down stack.
True. Speaking of cling, looks like Africa is getting cheesed up. They gotta do a bit of cheese race now. Kind of not the best position to be in, especially since they can't. Well, they're kind of forced to take all of that garbage. They do end up get the round taken by Louis yet again. Hopefully they can at least prevent the sweep from happening. Starting off, it looks like neither of the players use any openers. Louis just going straight into 5-4 stacking while Africat is doing the same thing essentially.
And with the reasonably clean garbage, it's not terrible to work through, and it's essentially that Louis just giving some more momentum for a free cat there to work with.
Yeah. I feel like Louis' strength really lies in being able to send, continuously be efficient with the counting to 4s while still having a clean stack. So I think if they can play into that more, they'd be on the track to winning. Although it's not like they weren't winning already. But that's a bit mean to say. rounds can go either way.
Yeah, but once again, Freecat is high on their board here and didn't get the right pieces in time, allowing Louis to get the 6th match in, bringing this to match point.
Mm-hmm. Starting off here, Louis goes straight into DT cannon, sends Apricot a spike that they immediately down stack. I feel like there could have been a good opportunity for them to set a counter spike instead of skimming down like they did.
And with that, Freecat just stacked a little too high there, and that gave Louis the win there.
Yep. A bit too much of upstack greed.
Always a fun match to see there. Louis does get to continue on. We'll be facing Perception in the winners finals later, but I believe now we will be heading over to the losers top 8 to see 2 players which we have not seen yet, or at least the 2 of us commentating.
Yep.
Assuming I can type correctly, I could pull up stats on these that are more in depth than the ones that are shown on screen. But both of these players being SS rating and overall fairly close to each other provides a good baseline to work off.
True. It does look like Precise is much better with potentially blitzing, because if you look at their score, they've got like 300k, more than 300k as their blitz score, while as only has 100k or so. That's not always an indicator of how well they'll perform in tourney matches, of course, but it can definitely help with things in the opener phase. Like if you can quickly send off a PC loop, like the ones you can set up with STPC.
This is very true. Into this practice match, both of these players are playing in the traditional kind of T-Spin and Tetris, both getting lots of fun styles here. With Ez getting a lot of garbage and being able to clean right through that all, sending Precise some good attacks, but Precise is able to handle this fairly easily so far.
Mm-hmm. It's good to see that, as SLR is pretty efficient with their stacking as well. Like, being able to continuously count to 4 and do all of that allows them to keep up a back-to-back chain. That I think was the reason they won that round there. Anyways, with that, we're going straight into the match. Let's see how this goes. Blitzer versus Blocker, I suppose. Should probably explain what plonking is.
Yeah,
Plonking,
go ahead.
Getting so many explanations from me today. Plonking is essentially a playstyle, to put it succinctly, where one player tanks the garbage, allows the other player to send them a ton of garbage, but then uses that garbage to their advantage. Like, they'll specifically allow the opponent to send them very clean garbage, um, and sometimes get very high up on their board, but then send all of it back in a counter spike, that can be very difficult to deal with.
Ooh. Az got a very quick win there after Precise was looking to set up a T-spin, but could not get a T in time after getting all of that all-clear damage pushing too far up.
Mm-hmm. Here again, it looks like Precise went for a STPC, but unfortunately misdrops the O piece. And is now forced to downstack. Meanwhile, it looks like Az is trying to go for a 8-1 stack, which is rather difficult to maintain back-to-back with, and they have to break back-to-back as well. Because really all you can do in an 8-1 stack is get quads, Tetrises, and sometimes a type of T-spin donation called Parapet. Really, it's not that great to work with that sort of board because you have to waste eyepieces on one side.
With this next match, Precise has been getting extremely clean garbage, allowing for a great spike to Az, but it'll be a little bit of a challenge to work through that, but with the eyepiece, Az can get through that very simply and is able to get to a massive spike of their own.
Yep. I like that decision Az made there to... Like, they were hovering the piece before the down stack, but they specifically placed it down a way that left the well open. Definitely was a good choice there.
And now
Anyways, it seems...
the fifth match here. Both of these players are getting somewhat reasonable garbage. Couple messy lines here and there, but assuming that they can get to them, shouldn't be anything too hard to work through. As I say that, Precise gets to theirs and sends off a good Tetris and keeps on cleaning very nicely.
True. I think both players definitely play very cleanly. So what you said about getting sent garbage that's easier to work with, both players aren't having to deal with as much cheese.
Yeah,
More
I think
of a
it's
back and forth based on their clean stacking ability. So it's like, who gets spiked out first by all the clean garbage that's being sent?
I believe in these lower levels, it is extremely important to be able to play with some level of cleanliness, because at times that's about all you're able to do. When playing fast isn't an option, you have to play efficiently, and to play efficiently, you have to be able to keep track of your board and keep it in a very clean state.
True. You can know all of these at lower levels. You could know all of these fancy setups, but if you can't be efficient or clean enough to pull them off, then you're gonna die in the end.
Words of wisdom. Az is now having a little bit of messy garbage there near the bottom, but after a Tetris is able to get to it and clean up a bit, but Precise is able to keep sending more attack in the meantime. With Precise working a lot on these T-spins, Az has gotten to a good Tetris well again, and is able to get a few of them, which puts Precise into a tough situation, but Precise prevents the sweep with a good spike.
Yep. Taking Az out while they're at the top of your screen. Looks like both players went for PCO there, but neither of them found it. Precise chooses to go into a high up stack, while Az prefers the down stack. Ooh, but Precise does a bit of counter spiking and takes the round there.
Naz just could not get that eyepiece over to save them from the impending doom, providing Precise another win. And both of these players have a T-spins set up, but Az doesn't go for the full one, and Precise is trying for the fractal, but is unable to get it.
Yeah. Looks like Az was trying to go for a LST stack as well. Although they have to cancel out of it.
You know, these two players are staying fairly equal as of right now. Precise looking for how to get that T-spin and does get it, but is, as always, is looking for more. Has a bit of a weird stack there, was waiting for a J piece to clean it up, but could not get it in time. And with that,
Yikes.
as
Yeah,
that round,
that is indeed that round.
Precise with a quick couple of T-spins there and continuing to put on this immense T-spin pressure early into the match, meaning that Az is spending a lot of time trying to counteract the T-spins rather than being able to build up on their own. Precise gets a good spike because of that build up, but now has a slightly problematic stack to work with.
Yeah. It was quite the clean LST they did at the beginning, but now they gotta cancel out that back-to-back to get to a safer position.
It's a good Tetris and some other clears there to get clean, whereas Az is working through a fairly nice board with a slight misdrop there. Is going to spend a little bit of time having to work through that, but probably will be able to somewhat shortly here be able to access everything and get dug back down.
True. Now, seems like Az is trying to clean out their board. Got a pretty high up stack, while Precise has a bit too much cheese to deal with. And now that spike. And with that, Az takes the match. And looks like they move on. Az moves on to face Be Crazy. Have we got our next match already?
I believe the next match will be coming up soon, but I'm not 100% sure on the current state of the match.
Quite fair. Take some time to get through all those matches. Anyway, what do you think of the players that have been proceeding so far? I mean, in winner's bracket, we've got Louis and Perception, who we both know are pretty good players. And
That
also
is-
with the loser's bracket.
Yeah, I do believe that all of these players are putting up good fights here, and players we've seen so far are doing well at keeping up with everything, and we're about to see more players here. Where I believe we do have a match now available between Flary and Requin. I believe this is just shy of the top 8.
Nice, nice. Between Flary and Requin, huh? That's the 3rd seed versus the 7th seed. Seems relatively close compared to some of the previous matches so far. I think it's actually kind of interesting. You don't really... I guess you would have expected to see some of like the 4th seed, the 6th seed as well, but we've actually got the 11th seed still in the running. Be crazy. So that's kind of interesting to look at. Maybe that'll be an underdog.
And apparently I got misled by the bracket as we were actually going to this other match where we have seen both of these players.
I think the matchup on the stream might not be the one that's being played. Or rather, that's the one that was...
The one that I was looking up was one that had just gotten ready to be played. And the one that's currently on stream is what we're about to play, which is actually between two players, these two players, Be Crazy and As here. So
Alright,
exciting stuff.
Yeah, we'll get to follow As through their matches. Starting off with this warm-up, it looks like As attempts to go for a PC but doesn't get it. Be Crazy starts off a back-to-back already and is trying very hard to keep it. Well, commentator's curse, I guess. Immediately breaks it, but I guess it makes sense if you're trying to get down to a better state.
Be Crazy fairly low on their board here, able to work as the garbage is coming in, whereas As has some garbage to work through, and assuming the right pieces come, will probably be able to get through it all.
Yeah. The TPs they're looking for with that setup was coming quite late though, so they're not in quite the best situation right now.
Just almost clutched out of that very beautiful set of pieces right at the top of the board there that could have gotten through but was unable to. So Be Crazy took the practice match. We'll be able to see these two now in a good old 1st to 7 as always.
Yep. Seed 5 versus Seed 11. I feel like with what we've seen so far from As, they're gonna go for a lot of efficiency-based pressure. Like maybe a lot of counting to 4s, while Be Crazy might try to go for more opener-heavy styles, especially with their stats, since they've got a quite high blitz score.
Yeah, well, As did get the first garbage sending of the round with a quite quick PC, I gotta mention. But now has a little bit of a slight mess to clean through. And, once able, should be able to get to that very, very clean Tetris well and do some large attacks. But as I say that, Be Crazy is doing the exact same thing to As, so...
Man, I feel like As really lost an opportunity there. They had a T-spin set up as well as a Tetris well underneath, like you had just said. But instead of taking the double spike, which it could have been, they just skimmed out of it. But, well, they still take the round, so good for them, I suppose.
As was setting up for a second PC, but got the garbage bit too early, but it did work into a nice T-spin. Always fun to see, even if it means you can't continue on those PC grinds.
Mm-hmm.
Be Crazy with a bit of cheese. Some of it was self-made to work through. And with the teaspoon single right by the top of the board misdropped the J from not allowing them to continue on giving as a second round.
Yep. Taz is kind of running away with this so far. Attempts to go for a PC, doesn't get it. Starts upstacking into a into some modern art, I suppose. But Be Crazy not doing quite so well either. Looks like both players have relatively cleaned things up now, though. Back to a neutral state.
Yeah, it appears that Be Crazy seems to spend quite a bit of time contemplating what would be a good move to make with any given position.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see what you mean there. They did pause for a while there. I think maybe they were trying to make use of some timing. Because what they just did, Az sent over some garbage, and they waited until all of that garbage was sent to quickly send it back, which is something called just timing, I guess. Timing. It's a good thing to... It's a good strat to know, because tanking and sending, you can catch your opponent when they're in a very weak position. Because after your opponent sends garbage, right, they're not going to have the resources to cancel if you send garbage back. You're just going to be either downstacking or quickly setting up for another T-spin or Tetris. So waiting until they send their garbage first and then sending it all back right afterwards, or tanking and sending, is a very good thing to do.
It is true. As with a quick PC into this new match here, whereas Be Crazy has just a little strange of a board, but has a very beautiful well and is able to take advantage of it. I believe this is the first tie we've seen so far in the top 8 that's not a complete zeros tie.
True. A bit more evenly matched. Kind of looks like Be Crazy... Ooh, is that a DC cannon? Looks like they might have disconnected there. Man, they are not going to be happy with all the garbage they are being sent if and when they reconnect. Oh boy.
That is sometimes a little bit hard to see. Now we can hope that connection issues do get resolved fairly soon here.
Yeah, I think we might have to wait and see. Unsure if we will continue from what we have so far, which is a feat too. But Be Crazy is back. I guess what we'll be doing is we'll have the players top out to reflect their scores, and then continue on as per usual. So I think that'll be good. Can't be very good for Be Crazy's mental. You know, I feel like that's something people don't really talk about enough, is how important it is to maintain a good mentality while you're playing in TO or any other competitive sort of, or just against other people in Tetrio in general, right? Because if you're, like, say, ooh, oh boy, okay. Like, if you're, continuously having a really negative self-talk or just like not really in the good state of mind to focus on your game, then it's really hard for you to play as efficiently or as well as you should be playing. And especially if you've just like disconnected or if you're very far into the bracket, there's going to be a lot more tournament nerves involved with playing your games. Tournament nerves, I suppose that's something that's very specific to playing in a tourney. Not gonna happen as much if you're in ranked queue, right? But I think some players here might not be as used to playing in tournaments or even being on stream, which might be affecting their mental. I feel like that's something that you get used to over time. But you were gonna say?
Having it being a Tetris tournament means that there's a lot more time that you have to think about what are these things that you will be working on to calm yourself in these games. I know that there have been a number of times where when I've been in a tournament, there's been like one particular game that I've seen as like a big hurdle that I have to get through.
True. Maintaining a good mental while going through it all is quite important.
As we're back into the match, Az took a quick game there with a very large spike. And Be Crazy was not able to work through it before it all came tumbling all at once. As both of these players are fairly in somewhere in the middle of their board, Be Crazy has a nice well to work through. Is able to get a T-spin to put Az right on the top and get the win. Is keep the game close.
Yeah. Starting off in this round as well. Oh man. Az goes for a PC, Be Crazy pauses for a moment. Maybe they were trying to regain their bearings. Definitely not disconnecting again. But they do have a lot to work with. Oh, I like that decision they did there. Instead of just placing their, what Be Crazy did, instead of just placing their IP straight into the well after that T-spin, they took a T-spin single and then placed an O piece to do a counting to 4, which I think was a very good decision because obviously a quad is going to send more than a triple. So, nice efficient gameplay from Be Crazy.
Yeah,
Get that back to back.
It's sometimes hard to see that if you have 4 lines, but one of them is the well right beneath the T-spin hole, it becomes challenging to remember that, that line will also clear and only leave you with 3.
With 3 lines to send, yeah. Definitely gotta count.
With this,
Anyways.
you're into the 9th of the games between these two. Exciting stuff overall. Az had a bit of an eye misdrop, slowing down their attacking capabilities here. And Be Crazy is capitalizing off of that to make it 5-4.
Yep. I feel like Az is very greedy with their setups. Like just now at the top, they were going for a T-spin, but weren't able to pull it off because of the garbage that Be Crazy was sending. And in one of the earlier matches as well, they broke back-to-back sooner than Be Crazy did.
Yeah, I think Az has a good benefit of being that little bit faster than Be Crazy in these matches. But Be Crazy is able to find some fantastic plays to make up for that speed difference very well.
True, true. Efficient gameplay is definitely a plus. Can't really be efficient if you're disconnecting, though.
Hard to play when internet is refusing.
Yep.
As we wait this out and hope to see what continues on, we do have more players lined up to play whenever they are ready. There'll be some exciting matches. I'm currently unsure on this particular match because I have not looked into the rules and guidelines and such enough.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if in ITS, because in TAWS usually what happens if someone disconnects twice is the other person, well, when someone disconnects, the other person can choose whether to take the point from the disconnect and continue off of that, but I'm not quite sure if it's going to be similar in ITS as well. But anyhow, we're at 6-4 now, so all Az needs to do is take one more round, and they'll have won this match. Move on to the second to last round in losers. Honestly, they could probably make it out of losers and face off against Louis, Perception, and the others. Running the long game.
Yeah, as we approach the end of the bracket, it's exciting to see who's popping out as like the very strong players and who's able to sit there and continue on.
You know, I hadn't
Well-
really noticed earlier, but it looks like Be Crazy actually has 1.13 PPS overall on their stats. I think even for S+, that's quite unusual. I think like usually around S+, you're like 1.3 at the lowest, right? 1.4, 1.5 being usual. So they must be quite efficient, which we have kind of seen during the matches, the rounds so far.
As we sit here, we can look a little bit at the matches we have. We have the Louis and Perception as a match coming up here. soon. Eventually, we're currently waiting on getting this current match back into action, but once that happens, we'll probably be seeing Flurry and Requin. I'd presume then the winner between those two and the one that's shown up there, a free cat, is just sitting there waiting for a match. And then at that point, I believe we'll go see Louis in Perception, see who continues on.
Yep.
As it sits, I'm not sure what kind of difficulties we're having, but some kind of difficulties, either ranging from technical or not.
View. Wait, was it in fact Louis? I see LWI Sandwich asking or saying that someone actually said their name correctly. Was it in fact Louis or was it LWI? It's in the Twitch chat. Louis. Luigi. Mamma mia. You know, speaking of Luigi, this is kind of out of the blue, but have you? There, I went to. Did you know there is a Mario themed shampoo?
I've never heard that.
Yeah. I was in, I think it was Cambridge not too long ago, and there was a shop, I think it was like Lush or something, and they had, I guess there was some sort of collab going on for the Mario movie and something like that, but there was a Luigi and Mario themed shampoo. I don't know. That was just kind of weird, kind of random. But... yeah, as in the Tetrio chat from Lush, yep. Kind of silly. Do you think you'll play in any of the future ITS tournaments, Chris?
I do think it's a possibility, but once again, I have to get a rank before I could figure out which one I actually qualify for.
That's fair, that's fair. I mean, you're 14k about now, right? That's kind of, I think that's like B rank or so? Maybe a little higher.
Wait, I
Maybe
do
B
actually have a
plus.
rating?
Yeah, you have a TR, but not the ranking. So you could sort of estimate based off of that.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah. I didn't play in IITS this series this time because I was gonna stop. But I think it might be fun if I played in AITS in the future, which is like the next tier right after ITS. I think AITS or in advanced ITS is for SS ranks and U ranks, I think. So something I could play in perhaps. I think before we had a bracket for beginners as well, BITS. And oh yeah, Louis in the chat saying that there is a S plus to U ranked here. I'm pretty sure that's the AITS. I think I remembered wrong. It wasn't like SS as the lowest that qualifies. But yeah. Yeah, I think before we had a beginner bracket as well. But there weren't enough players playing in that. I don't know if we'll continue it, we might. But we did add another bracket above, I think it was EITS? Like we had 4 levels, beginner ITS, intermediate ITS, advanced ITS, and then expert ITS, I think. But then we added another one because it seemed not as many players were playing in BITS. But anyway, I still quite like the I guess sort of like league formats of ITS, because if I'm remembering correctly, if you win in one of the lower leagues, you can qualify for one of the higher leagues, even if you're not quite at the rank just yet, which I think is pretty neat. It's a way to prove yourself. Move on, step by step, as they say in the poster.
All right, so I think we may be able to get going soon here.
Yippee! It's good to hear.
Then, after all of this, we'll be ready to continue at. It was 5-4 when we left off.
Yeah, 6-4 if you count the disconnect. So Az just needs to take one more round to win this match. And then after that, we'll most likely be seeing the match between Flary and Requin. We're trying to figure out, for anyone who's watching right now, we're trying to figure out how to get the matches continued, because the person who was starting up the matches went AFK for a bit, so we're moving to a different Tetrio room.
After
Anyway, I think
some rearrangement, I think we will be getting going very shortly here now.
Yep. Yes, the hopeful sound of the countdown. Alright, going into the last round between, well, maybe the last round of Be Crazy doesn't take another one, between Az and Be Crazy.
And
Quite
Be Crazy.
Quite a risky decision from my bad. Quite a risky decision from Be Crazy to use the eyepiece to skim there. I think that's it, actually.
And with that, I do think that does count as the win.
Fastest win ever.
Little hard to figure out because everything's all everything gets confusing after a while. But yeah, so
Alright. Yeah.
with
So
that,
we're
as moves
continuing.
on, it was fun to see Be Crazy here, but those disconnects really hurt.
Yeah. Alright. At long last. Match between Flary and Requin. Looks like Flary's from Thailand. I don't know if they're actually from that country, seeing as it's under Tetrio and you can change that with supporter, but kind of interesting of some. I feel like especially with the time zone that ITS happens in, we don't see as many players.
Right, having these tournaments at different times, like ITS being more favorable for the evening for the Asian area, is likely very handy for just for people who might not be able to catch the games otherwise.
Yeah. Looks like both players are from Asian countries as well, with Requin from Malaysia. Same country as CZ Small, let's go. Anyways, looking at these two players' stats, we've got Flary as the 3rd seed and Requin as the 7th seed. It definitely looks like Flary's in the lead here, especially with you can't quite see it on the screen at the moment, but they have a 581k blitz score, which is quite high. Definitely means they've got to be, well, usually if you've got a high blitz score, you're probably pretty good at PC looping. And then in the meantime, Requin, not as APM heavy as Flary. Yeah, I feel like this is looking to be in Flary's favor so far. But who knows? Flary could be an opener bank. Maybe Requin is super efficient. Anyways, with that, we are starting off with a warm-up after both players ready up. Alright, already we can see there's an early O back, so I feel like Flary will probably go for SDPC. Alright, no SDPC, but PC O instead, which is also quite similar. Oh, they go for... Yikes, alright. They found second PC, and then we're going to go for DPC, but misdropped that continuation, which is kind of unfortunate, because I think they could have topped out Requin there. For players who might not be as familiar, DPC is a very common continuation to STPC. It's essentially how players actually do the PC looping thing. Because what DPC does is essentially, you know, every time you do a PC, right, you go first PC and then second PC and third PC. The thing with that is that the board state kind of changes because of how the pieces spawn. Because every PC, if you're clearing 4 lines, that's going to take 10 pieces to clear. So then the amount of pieces you have left over, because you have the 7-bag system, 7 pieces spawn at the same time. With how that works, usually you have to know the setups for 1, 2, 3, 3rd, 4th, all of those PCs in order. But what DPC does, it makes that a lot simpler, because you can go straight back to the very first board state, to first PC, and then you can keep on looping first PC, second PC, DPC, like that. And that's why it's such a potent continuation.
Requin getting a nice all clear to start it off, and Flurry did not seem to be ready for that.
Yeah, Requin got a really nice TKI PC there. It's a good continuation to know. Somehow I don't know it despite maining TKI.
Yeah, now with Requin setting up for the Tetris, gets it, and now is ready for another T-spin, which is also completed. But Flurry does get a good attack in there, putting Requin high on their board. But, and then with Requin's I misdrop there, just delaying the ability to get down.
Yeah, Requin not looking to be in the best position right now. Flurry's got a lot more fleeing at their disposal. They do in fact send it over, topping Requin out. Here's another TKI bag. Sorry, do continue.
Flurry had the quick all clear there, and but now that gave Requin a lot of very clean garbage to work with, which put Flurry into a bit of a challenging situation, but nothing too hard to work through.
True. I think this is looking to be a TKI setup, and Requin does indeed go for that again. I think Requin really likes the TKI opener. I mean, considering how they used the TKI into PC continuation earlier, and now how they're continuing this. Or, I feel like, I don't know if maybe it's just this round in particular, but I think if they had continued that into LST stacking, could have been quite good to maintain pressure that way.
Yeah, and with both of these players keeping up their attacks fairly evenly distributed here, it's going back and forth between who has the apparent advantage. But now Requin is high on their board and doesn't really have very friendly pieces to get out of this. And that gives Flurry a third win.
Yep. Requin might not be as fast with the down stack as Flurry is. Requin starting off with a DT against Flurry's PC. I feel like that's kind of risky. Because the thing with DT Cannon, right, is it's a very simple opener. It's very good to know at lower ranks, but in like the higher you go, it becomes harder to use effectively. Because, well, not really use effectively, more so that it's easier to counter for your opponent. Because they get sent so much clean garbage all at once, while it's not quite as easy for someone who uses DT Cannon to continue. Like, you've got 9-0 as a continuation option, and maybe 4 wide if you're like, what's the name? Kazu. I think Kazu is the top player that uses, it was either Kazu or Amamiya. Kazu that uses the DT into 4 wide.
If you're able to get that DT out fast enough and the 4 wide to follow soon enough, that can be an extremely powerful attack. But DT can also be dangerous if your opponent is good at getting some fast PCs, as DT is of quite high it takes a lot of lines upwards to get set up.
Yeah, very, very true. And it doesn't PC unless you're super lucky.
Yeah, DTPC is always fun to see, but it can be a lot of challenge to get done right.
Yeah.
Flurry here with a nice few lines to keep going nicely, and will not be able to score a Tetris off of after that T-spin, but is able to clear down very nicely right to the bottom of their board and with more T-spins available.
Yep.
Merquin doing a fairly good job at keeping up with this. Clears a triple in order to clean up a little bit more and is able to now get access to a decent garbage well.
Yep. Looks like Requin's about done cleaning through all of their garbage. Which is good for them because Flary is definitely setting up more clean garbage to come their way. Getting more clean garbage set up to come Requin's way is what I mean. Kind of
The Flary
unfortunate holder.
Flary did get a lot of clean garbage from Requin and is able to take advantage of some of that to keep up a whole lot of pressure, and now Requin has a bit of garbage that is not in the best state to work through.
One thing I do really like that Requin does is that they consistently do T-spin minis when they have the opportunity to do so. Because it's a very good way to maintain back-to-back, even if your board isn't in the best state for it. I know myself, I don't always see the T-spin minis, but it's a good way to, yeah, it's just good. Do it. Reckon going into STPC, Flary doing PC no into upstack. That's not an actual opener. I mean, PCO is an actual opener, but...
Requin got a beautiful C-spin. Always fun to see, but that sent a whole lot of very clean garbage to Flary, which can now be easily taken advantage of to send a lot of garbage back.
Yeah, especially with that board state Requin's got. Really not a good situation to be in. Yikes, mishold. Flary's on match point now. Yikes.
Now, between these two players, they both are staying fairly clean so far, but Requin gets pushed up super high extremely quickly into this match, and that will be a big challenge to try to work through. Giving Flary the win and staying into this two-face Cat. Is it now? Is it after this next match? Hard to tell.
Yep. Flary continues on. They'll be facing Africat next. Can we get like a short break? I gotta go to the bathroom.
Alright. Break time, it seems. We can talk about some of these things that are going on. This is the IITS, the first one of its kind. With the ITS, the International Tetrao Showdown, these are a collection of capped rounds, all for allowing people of any caliber to come in, have some fun, and just have a relaxing time. We're going to have we're gonna have a little bit of a warm up here shortly between Afrikat and Flary. After this, we will continue on and see some more matches. I believe from here on out it will be pretty much non-stop matches, and so we'll get some exciting stuff in here. With this bag, I personally would just immediately go for DT, as it's a very nice bag for that, but neither of these players decided on that. Freecat is incredibly quick here so far, but Flary is being, I believe, a lot more cautious about how they want to place their pieces. With Flary getting a good 10 spike there that defends from all of the attack that a Freecat had been sending, but now Flary has some very messy garbage to work through at some point, but is unable to get pieces around and might end up having this cut short. With that, if Freecat gets the warm-up round, and we will be able to see fairly soon here these two players in the actual match.
The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Hello there. I'm back.
You are back. You missed the warm-up round.
We're so back. No warm-up? Damn. How'd that go?
Freecat did get the win of the warm-up round.
It's a good sign for them.
As we begin, Flary's going with a classic 6-3 stack, as you might see in a blitz run.
Yep. Uses the Yui metal cannon to set that up. Ooh, they're maintaining back-to-back quite well as well. They're already on 4 while Africat is desperately downstacking. And I don't think that back-to-back is going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, Flary's putting up some ruthless attacks here. Freecat has to work through this fairly quickly to prevent any kind of premature dropout here. Top out. Words are hard.
It do feel like that. And with all of that pressure, Flary tops Africat out. Here's a SDPC bag, although Flary goes for TKI. I feel like that can be a good choice to make if you know your opponent is more likes to use SDPC more.
Yeah, Freecat with a little bit of a challenging board state here to work through at the moment. Whereas Flary is staying very clean and will likely be able to continue on some hard attacks, but now is running out of hand-built stack and is running into the somewhat messy garbage. Freecat cleaning up nicely here is able to get the quad there to stay into this nicely. But another little bit of a misdrop there makes it a little bit challenging to keep up the effort.
Yeah, definitely seems like they're more nervous than Flary is. Making quite a lot of misdrops here and there, like you said.
They're able to send over some very hard attacks for a free cat to try to work through, and just not enough, and Flurry takes that game as well.
Kind of feels like Flary is less of an efficient player compared to some of the other players you've seen so far.
In this match, we have Flurry here with getting stacked fairly high on the board so far here. Took a lot of the garbage that a free cat was sending over, but is now in some position to work through it, and if done well, will be able to capitalize off of all of this garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like the way they're going, they're down stacking for all through the garbage is very. I don't know if combo dependent is the right word, but they're not going down with a lot of key spins and stuff. They still get down, which is important, right? Like that's the point of down stacking. But anyway, kind of interesting comparing players and such. Going into the TKI LSD continuation, we love to see it. Or damn, no more TKI. Oh well.
There, the slight misdrop, but it spiraled out of control, and just like that, a free cat prevents any kind of sweep in this match.
No sweep. No! Flary didn't see the DCL. Well, I still like the fractal that they've got going on. They do continue with a really nice spike, so all is not lost.
A fractal plus a quad, all one right after the other. Turns back-to-back combo and just pure hard damage all into one nasty spike.
Yep. Flurry is continuing on with their stack, trying really hard to keep back-to-back. But I think that waste of T in their stack kind of forced them to cancel out.
With that, Flurry took another round. Starts off with not quite getting the PC, and with a bit of garbage sent, gets a color clear, but is unable to actually have that account for anything other than the brownie points.
Yeah. Maybe the style points will help them recover mental or maintain mental.
Flurry opts to not get a PC there. Had the correct pieces for it, but may just not have been able to see it the same way that someone onlooking is able to view.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely feels different when you're in the thick of things and actually having to go through all of the decisions. Even with myself, I feel like I'll play a match and it feels like it's going at light speed, and then I look over it afterwards, like looking over the VOD, and it's like, wow, I played so slow. What am I doing?
That is just how it feels. When you're in the match, it's hard to dictate what's actually going on. As your main goal when you're actually in the match is to keep up the attack and don't top out, are essentially what you're trying to work for. And so at times you just lose focus of everything else, and before you realize it, you've missed 1,000,002 different strategies, or maybe you just haven't seen anything that you would have thought you'd be able to.
Yeah, true. the APM spam tunnel vision.
With this, Flurry is staying very aggressive with what they have available. But a free cat is very clean as of right now and could send attacks of their own.
Yeah, Flurry's staying quite low on their board. That's good until you stop sending pressure. Looks like they hovered they were considering taking a skim in order to get a better board state to take a T-spin.
With a slight misdrop there, that just did not work out, and a free cat was able to take advantage of that and win another match.
Yep.
Flurry starting off strong as they usually do with PC, but that gave the free cat extremely clean garbage to work through. And at this point, it's just a matter of when. When happened to be then.
Yeah. It's really important to follow up a PC with some other thing, whether that's another PC or some good old 9-0 stacking or, just pressure of that sort, because if you don't, you can get counter spiked by your opponent very quickly.
It is true. With Tetrio, the spikes tend to be a lot more aggressive than in other games, it would seem. With the fact that Tetrio is not a speed-capped game, these spikes can get out of hand very quickly if you are not prepared for them.
True.
Both of these players fairly high on their board as of right now. Flurry is currently working through it and has a good well set up, but it's only a matter of time before something goes amiss on one of these two boards. With a free cat now super high up and does not have the pieces to continue, allowing Flurry to bring it to match point.
Mm-hmm.
In this match, Flurry starts off without being able to get the PC and ending up with a strange board state, to say the least.
Yeah.
But is able to get through it and now has a good well that, as I say, that gets covered unpleasantly and delays the down stacking. It seems that a little bit of lag is showing up on a free cat's side. Not sure how they're working through that and how they are experiencing it, but it seems that it's resolved at least enough here to keep on going. As Flurry has a weird eye misdrop, resulting in a very tall stack there that has to be worked through.
Yeah, not quite the greatest situation. Yeah. But I did like the, I think it was a parapet, the T-spin setup they did on the side there. Because
Yeah, with
having that
all
reverse was good despite the eye dependency they had on the left.
with all those individual small portions that were being sent off one after the other, that gave a free cat some extremely messy garbage, and the list or the pieces that came in were not helping one bit, which gave Flurry the win in that match.
True. Alright. Looks like our next match will be between the first seed and the second seed. Louis versus Perception. This will be really interesting. I think it'll be great to see our most hopeful top-seeded players in this entire tourney duke it out against each other.
This match is the winners finals, meaning the winner between these two will be in the grand finals, and the loser will have to face the winner of the next match.
Yep. Looks like these players are quite similar in stats as well. Both of them having 60 plus APM, 23k TR, and I guess really even looking at their PPS, they're only like they're like only 0.01 PPS difference.
They're extremely close in many metrics. They are, for this tournament, the 1 and 2 seeds. Exciting stuff here as we get into the warm-up.
I think like the only real difference I could see, and well, maybe not that big of a difference, is Perception's all clear badge. But anyway, we'll see how that plays out in the actual match.
As we start off, Louis did start with a good whatever. Man, my words are disappearing now. The DT cannon started off there.
Yeah.
And that did send a lot of attack to Perception, which quickly ended the warm-up, just about as quick as it started.
Yep. I guess in that situation, Louis, right after DT cannon, did a short skim with JP's. I think it might have been a JP's. And then got the quad right after, which was quite a lot of garbage. I mean, usually you don't want to skim in between because that cancels out your back-to-back, but I guess in that situation it was good since Perception was already high up.
Louis starting off with the PC there does successfully get it, but Perception has a little bit of a rough board to work through. But with a fantastic garbage well because of the prior PC, that does mean that Perception has quite a bit to work with, assuming that they are able to get to it.
Yeah. I'm really liking what Louis is doing so far as well. Like, they set up a STSD right after the T-spins that they did, and then we're also able to follow it up with a quad. Huge spike!
Perception looking for a second all clear, but was unable to get it, did not have the right pieces on the board at the time. But Louis does have a great 09 stack here to work through, and gets the two quads back to back to send a lot of attack all of a sudden to Perception, which was too much too late.
Too little too late from Perception's side. And here again we've got a early O-bag, Louis going for a TKI or TSD opener, while Perception goes for PCO on an upstacks. I think it's really nice how you can already see, well, Louis had to cancel out the back-to-back there to get down, but you can see that they're so clean with it. They're so efficient. Really nice to see. Although I think maybe in that case was a bit too much greed, the round going to Perception.
These two players are playing very well against each other, and are keeping up the pressure between them. Louis here has a slight bit of a misdrop. Probably can work through it very nicely, but it will bleed into the attack potential.
Yeah. I'm liking how they're finding these solves to get down stack their board and continue on. Although I think perception is just a little too fast for it.
Bringing
Anyways,
up the
continuing on.
second 2-2 in the top 8 here. Great
True.
stuff to see. They were seeing very close players here. As Louis gets full advantage of an initial good board state and fantastic garbage RNG, providing a lot of attack very quickly, but Perception is staying very low on their own board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely looking that perception is in a much better position. Maybe it's just true that perception is better with downstacking overall, I think. Because Louis, despite getting all of those nice counting fours, nice continuations on that, they're still getting pushed up really quickly. Maybe the deal is just that perception is playing very defensively, while the burden of sending all the pressure is being put on Louis.
A Perception is able to get to their own wells here to send some massive attack to Louis. Too much, and all of a sudden, that does mean that Louis was unable to defend against it.
Louis really likes the, I think it's Casotop TKI continuation for whatever reason. I feel like maybe it's just me as a LST main, but I feel like flat top is a lot more popular. Ooh, nice fractal from Louis. Doesn't have the second T piece for it though, but it's fine because Perception doesn't quite send off pressure immediately, so Louis gets away with it. I feel like this is definitely a match where players would use TKI, and you do see that from both players. Both of them going into LST now. I guess it's just a question of who was more efficient with it. Better LST stacker wins.
Yeah, these two are staying very close with each other and keeping up some immense pressure between the two. Louis setting up, getting the quad, and able to get into their well to now work for what appears to be a potential STSD if luck goes their way.
Mm-hmm. They do get it off, but I think the way they continue off of it is kind of messy. They make a sacrifice with their board there to attempt to downstack, but it's too little too late, as you would say.
We've got a lot of common expressions. This Perception now being up in the set once again is able to continue on. Has a couple misdrops to start off this board, making it a little bit challenging to send a good attack. But Louis' board isn't looking the best either, so it still could be anyone's game.
Mm-hmm.
Perception with some messy garbage to work with, and Louis with very little garbage on their board. Means that it's a bit hard to tell who is at a good advantage here at the moment. But Perception is able to get a very high well here, allowing for a lot of potential taken advantage of, but that gives Louis a whole lot of clean garbage, which is able to be worked through just fine.
Maybe it's actually in Louis' disadvantage that they're so clean with it, that they send so much clean garbage. Because of how Perception is playing, they're counter spiking a lot more. Anyway, Castle Top from Louis again. Seems to be continuing into 6-3. Love to see it.
Perception keeping up a little bit of an 09 stack here. But with that garbage, we'll have to abort that sometime soon to get down back to a very low board state, and does get that, sending Louis into a little bit of a challenging board state. But after a T-spin and some good burns, Louis is able to get out of this very nicely.
Mm-hmm. I think Perception it's making good decisions there. You can see it's a bit while ago, but the thing with they did the thing. Perception broke out of back-to-back, but got a good spike out of it, which I think is a fair decision.
Yeah, now with clean boards overall between the two players, Perception has a little bit of a misdrop, as I say that, is unable to fix it before Louis sends the killing blow.
Mm-hmm.
Perception with the 4-wide to send a very quick attack at Louis early on. But Louis is able to take full advantage of that and send a lot of attack back at Perception. And that was a lot, bringing Louis to match point after all of this.
Yep. We might see a cattle special. Getting essentially where we get a 7-4 ending. Anyhow, now it's looking like Perception is quickly stacking up on that back-to-back. Cancels out of it to send a short combo, although none of it really reaches Louis. But still, Louis is not in the greatest position right now because of all the clean garbage that they've got. Taking down stacks quickly, it'll be better for them.
Louis
Perception
doing a good
hitting
job.
a nice combo.
Yeah, both of these players are doing a good job of staying in this very well. Perception had just the right kind of garbage there for a good few lines of combo, but Louis has a fantastic board state overall and was able to send quite a few spikes here to Perception to keep Perception up high. Louis winning that match.
Yep. Unfortunate misdrop from Perception and lots of pressure from Louis, resulting in a 7-4.
With that, we will be certain to see Louis in the finals. Whereas now we will be going to Az and Flary again, as we get to see each of them at least this one more time, when the winner gets to face Perception to figure out who gets to end up in the finals. These players are pretty close and overall quite good players.
Yep. Alrighty, it looks like both players are here now. Flary versus Az. Looks like we're gonna get a warm-up. don't know if it's just me, but I feel like getting a single round as a warm-up isn't actually much of a warm-up.
Well, I think that depends in part on just the piece sequence itself. Because if it's a good starting piece sequence and you're able to get into the warm up fairly deeply, then it can be a very good warm up. Like one of the earlier matches, or one of the earlier warm ups that we saw was very short and couldn't really do much for actually getting these players ready. As has a weird little bit of a couple pieces there to work through, but is able to combo their way to a good well and stay in this warm-up match very nicely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm liking what they're doing so far with their back-to-back. They're doing a good job of, well, even if it involves wasting a eyepiece, they're still fixing that. They're evening out their board. They're fixing parity very well. Meanwhile, Flary's all the way up there, and I don't think he can get down. That's it for warm-up.
That we will get to see these in another first to 7 match. Very exciting stuff as we are approaching the end of this particular bracket.
Yep. I actually feel like, even though Az is seed 5 and Flary is seed 3, I feel like Az might have the upper hand here because of how cleanly, well, not cleanly, but efficiently they play, while Flary tends to be a little more wasteful with their pieces. But we'll see how the actual round turns out, right? Sometimes even if you're super efficient with it, a speed gap is a speed gap.
Yeah, and both of these players have been in the losers bracket for a few rounds now. Very exciting stuff to watch between these players. Both fighting it out and doing so for a very long time. Doing a great job at it. But now only one of them is able to continue on.
I'm actually sort of curious about that opener that Az is doing. Like, it looks like a PCO, right? But instead of going for that PC, they purposely spin their piece on the side so as to get something different. Not quite sure what the purpose of that would be.
Well, Flary has gone ahead and made an inverse S piece in their board, making it a little bit challenging to work through all that, but now at the garbage level is able to get a few fantastic lines cleared out to stay into this and put pressure on Az here right at the very top of their board. Staying just barely into this and unable to continue on with that last piece there. Flary wins a second match.
Yeah. I guess it's starting to turn out that Az isn't quite as good as survival as Flary is.
When it all comes down to it, it's if you've gotten beyond the very beginning of the game, it's for the most part pretty much who is able to be more consistent in their survival strategies. But if you get a really good opening, sometimes that's all you need to really push your opponent out of a game.
Yeah.
As here with a lot of efficient play in this particular match. Flare, though, with their own set of efficient plays and a ready to use, well, made in the garbage, but with a whole lot of attack all of a sudden, that'll be very hard to work with. Especially with that dirty garbage that came up as a result.
Yeah, not really a good situation to be in, and especially with Az starting up that back, going into 6-free. Yeah, taking a round right there. Anyway, there's Az with the. Oh, for once they actually do a PCO. Looks like both players do that, so I guess now it's to see who gets the second PC first, and Flary does that.
And then after a tiny bit of lag, Flare continues on into another PC, continuing this relentless pressure. But as is now taking full advantage of the garbage and their current state of the board, try to work through this all and send some of their own attack back. Just like that, it got to be too much, and Az was unable to get the correct pieces to get in there. As we go into this next hole, it appears that Flary for a moment was looking for how to PC but could not figure a good solution.
Well, they go into 5-4 stacking. It's also a good way to go about it. They take the 4th round there.
As we go into this, both players have a PCO set up, and Az is able to get it, but Flary could not, and skewered themselves on that column there with an eyepiece not being able to spawn. Az started to go for another PC, but was unable to get it, whereas Flary is doing more of a freestyle kind of thing, but has a little bit of a misdrop to work through.
Yeah, what Az was doing there was some LST stacking. It's really good as a continuation after TKI, but it's quite difficult to stack.
And Az did absolutely use it as a way to capitalize on Flary's predicament there and win that round, bringing it to 4-4, keeping this a very close match between these two players.
Mm-hmm.
Az is looking for a good location to place some of these pieces. Is able to get through it and keep up the pressure, but Flary is now also in a position where they are able to send a lot of attack very quickly here.
Yeah, now Az is in a less favorable situation. All Flary has to do now is send some more pressure, and they'll probably have the round. Although Az is doing a pretty good job of downstacking all of that. Like, they're continuously finding these T-spins while going down, which is quite good.
And Flary was looking for a way to keep up the defense, but was unable to finish it off. And instead, Az took that, bringing them into the lead in this losers semifinals round.
Yep. Now it looks like they're trying to keep Az is trying to keep a clean stack there. Gets a nice fractal. has the tease to go through with it as well. Although Flurry cancels it and doesn't have to deal with it quite as much.
Yeah, as it sent
Good
a
timing.
good spike, but Flurry had responded with their own very strong spike as well, keeping both players at a near equilibrium at that point. But now Flurry has just a couple unfriendly lines of garbage, which is slowing down their ability to attack, but Ez has a couple unfriendly lines of their own stack to work through, and accidentally skewers themselves right at the end, bringing this to 5-5.
Yep. Flurry gets their act a little bit together and ended things off last round with a quite nice spike.
And Flurry started this round off with another APC, which Az was also working on, but could not get it in time for Flurry's attack, and ended up having to receive a whole lot of PC garbage with being able to send their own. Az is now stacked fairly high, but with a lot of attack potential here. And Flurry has to work through this now, or else it may end up in a very catastrophic situation. But they do, bringing them low to the board. And now both of these players are continuing on normal.
Yep.
Flurry with a couple back-to-back misdrops there, making the board a little bit hard to work with. It looked like they were trying to spin a piece, but it just wouldn't go in that way. And now they're into a really bad board state and they're unable to continue, giving Az the win into match point.
Yeah. It's kind of nice to see that both players are indeed quite evenly matched.
Yeah, after a whole lot of not quite sweeps, but a whole lot of matches that got pretty close. These two brought it extremely close. And now we are due to a decider. The first one in the top 8, and it had happened to end at the losers semis. The winner between these two is guaranteed third place or better. The loser will be ending up at fourth place in this tournament. These two are very close together, as Flurry has a lot of clean stack that they've worked through there and gotten into their garbage to clean up everything very nicely. Whereas Az there on the other side is just trying to work through it all and get some sort of attack to be sent.
Yeah, looks like we're back into a relatively neutral position again, as deciding to do some upstacking. Looks like they were considering counting to 4, but end up not going for that. Maybe in favor of taking that T-spin. Meanwhile, Flurry's not having the greatest time with their board.
Both players.
Kind of have.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Both of these players are keeping up, but has had a little bit of a misstep there. Didn't get the eye into the hole, giving Flurry the win here. Az ends up in fourth place, gave an amazing attack throughout this entire tournament. But now, Flurry will continue on and face Perception in the losers finals. The winner between these will be facing Louis in the grand finals, whereas the loser of this match will be third place and exciting stuff, which makes it very handy that I have essentially an endless supply of water just a few feet from me.
Are you drinking from the tap or something?
No, but there's if I go out the door here, there's just a fountain right there.
Quite fair. Yeah, I've got myself a pitcher of water as well. Very important. Don't want to descend into a coughing fit halfway through a match.
In this warm-up match, Flary is going for a few T-spin triples here and doing some fantastic work with it. Perception just barely unable to work through it, making this an extremely quick warm-up round.
Yeah, that's quite the vision. I feel like most people don't really get that kind of TST vision.
Evolutionary process going on.
Some good plays from Flary's side.
The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
And off we go. The one of the last few matches in this tournament, Perception starts off very quick with 2 PCs. He's unable to get a third one, but Flary has extremely clean garbage and is able to send a lot of attack, which Perception handles beautifully.
True.
As Flary sets up a large well there, gets the Tetris and a little bit more. It did not send a particularly large amount of attack to Perception, who is near the bottom of their board with a slight bit of confusing placement, but now has more very clean garbage to work with. Flary in the middle of their board, working through this fairly nicely, with another little bit of a misdrop, delaying the ability to get through this, and putting Perception in an advantageous position. But Flary is able to work through it all very nicely, which keeps both of these in the match very evenly.
Definitely looks like Flary is trying to be very careful with their T-spins. Like, they rotate the T around a little, presumably to try and see if, taking a TSS would be better for the board.
With
I
that
think it's a good
Perception,
thing to do. Intimidate your opponent a little with the T-spinning as well.
yeah, Perception did get that first win there. And Flary, I think, was going for a PC, but messed it up right at the beginning of this new match here. But these two will remain pretty close, I'd argue, as Flary has another T-spin right into a Tetris, as Perception fires back with their own 2 Tetrises, and it keeps staying close, but Perception is able to win it out over Flary, bringing it to 2-0.
Yep. Maybe a bit too much hesitation on Flary's side. Oh, I'll clear it. Oh my god, both players finding these all clears at the same time. At long last, Flary breaking the loop though, with some LSD stacking.
Both of these players had a fantastic time out of the gate, but now Flary is fairly high with a good garbage well available. It's just a matter of how it'll be utilized. His perception now has to work through their stack and a whole lot of not very friendly garbage.
True. All that cheese of perception topped out.
Ooh, perception missed the PC. And Flary did get the PC, but is unable to go for another one. This means that both of these players immediately started off by trading a lot of garbage at one another. Perception now with a fairly clean board to work through, and only a couple disadvantageous garbage lines, whereas Flary has a fantastic well and uses that to send some attacks and keep up the pressure.
I feel like Flary there might have been able to set up a teaspoon prophecy.
Flary now at the bottom of their board, they had for a short bit a completely clean board there. No garbage whatsoever. But now they do have some and will be able to take advantage of it as it is an extremely high well.
Yikes. It's not a good thing Flary did there. I think what they did was they tried to set up a T-spin without a T and a Q. Kind of a dangerous thing to do.
With that, they were able to at least get through it, albeit not with as much attack as was expected. But now Perception appears to have an upper hand here as Flary ends up skewing themselves with that eye. In a game like Tetrail, which is not speed capped, it is really easy to end up skewering yourself with these eyepieces by just rotating them and not being able to move them as you might expect before dropping them in place. Flary starts off very high on their board here, and Perception has a nice well to work through and send some good attack. But now Flary has worked through the messy part of their garbage and has a whole lot of clean garbage just waiting to be utilized. But with that, Perception was
I feel like
able
Flary
to...
there might have been able to survive that last spike if they had gone for a T-spin setup instead. Could have cancelled some of what Perception sent.
Perception was looking for the PC and could not get it in time as Flary sent their own, but did get the color clear and had an extremely clean well to work with after that, bringing both of these players cleanly into an even position in the middle of the board.
Yep. And now Flurry's in quite a lot of cheese, and the garbage sent right on top of that results in Perception taking the round. I think here again we
Perception.
can probably see alright, PC openers from both players. Perception getting both clears, but Flurry having quite a bit of trouble.
And
Yikes.
just like that, Perception has been pushing hard at this and is all the way to match point now. Starts off with the attempted PC, but does not get it, but does get the second one. Therefore, sending a large attack over to Flurry.
True.
With the play so far, Perception has a lot of a very high stack here that was worked through very nicely, and now it's going for the T-spin triple. And gets it very nicely, sending 6 lines from that one clear to Flurry, whereas Flurry is now working through their own stack and was able to spike Perception up quite dramatically.
Yeah, Perception's not in a great position. But it seems like... Yep, never mind, that's stuff. There might have been a survival, but honestly it's really hard to survive that at that speed. I don't think I could have survived either. But I lose to Perception, so...
Flurry holding out for now as we keep on this losers finals matchup here. It is quite close, but Perception did not get any of the pieces needed to work through the misdrops made, and Flurry kept it going.
Yeah, especially with that nice fractal they set up. It kind of looks like they're looking for PCs still here. Never mind. They decide to stack up a bit. Oh, but they're really doing a good job of keeping that back-to-back. Ooh, nice job maintaining that parity as well. Has to end up canceling out of the back-to-back because of all of the pressure that's being sent their way.
And with all of that, it took that long, and Flare held out for an additional 2 rounds, but Perception did get the win.
Yep.
Congratulations, Flary, for being our third place our third place contender in this bracket. A great performance throughout the bracket today, and fighting for a very long time in the losers bracket. It could keep it up all the way until hitting Perception. So now we will get to see in the grand finals Louis versus Perception, the same as we had seen earlier as well.
Yep. And about now, I think I'm actually gonna swap out with FTH. So they're gonna be casting with Chris for the last match of this tournament, quite possibly, if we don't get a bracket reset. So, it was nice co-casting with you, Chris. Thanks for having me here. I'm gonna probably go do more bracket stuff now. Not that there's much to report. And see you guys around.
It's fantastic having you here.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that we have like a first intermediate international TTO. โชว์ดาว showdown.
ย e ป y ย p ย e ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย y ย
And
So,
after all of
yeah.
this, we get fantastic. So
Mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Oh, I think there will not be a bracket reset, I believe. I'm not sure about that. Oh, I'm not sure, but
Mankind won't be destroyed.
currently just trying to figure out how these matches are going.
yeah,
A little bit strange as this is the first
very kind of
ITS that
strange.
we've done.
Yes. So if I believe it might be best of 3 first to 7, but we will have a bracket reset. I believe I'm not completely sure. We're gonna wait for the founder to confirm this stuff. So it's midnight here, so I think like the referee will be on sleep. I believe. Not sure about that.
While we're figuring this out,
Yeah.
these two players have been here for the whole time, I'd say, and they've done some fantastic competing so far in these matches. These two did face off in the winners finals just prior to that. But it will be a fantastic rematch between these two, as Louis had stated that Perception was the first one to take a match off of them in this tournament so far.
All right.
Alright, I believe we do have our goals for this. I believe it will be a traditional.
Yeah, it's gonna
Uh,
be traditional first to seven. So if perspective one, we gonna have a bracket reset, of course. And yeah, if Levy one, it's called Levy, right? Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, so we gonna have a match, right?
we'll be having a quick little warm up between these two players shortly, and we will be able to see how these two players play off against each other real quick before we go into their real final match.
All right, we gotta wait for both player to ready up. So yeah. All right. Okay. We're gonna have our warm up between Livy versus Perception.
And
I
in
believe
this
both.
warm up, Louis gets
managed
the
to
color clear, but could not get a PC as there had already been some garbage attacked.
yeah,
With Perception's fairly high speed here to start it all out.
yeah, but Livy managed to fire a T-spin triple there, but oh, the missed up there, just brutal. And Perception will take the warm up match. All right, we get ready up for. We are waiting for both players to warm up for actual match for the grand final of the intermediate international TTO Showdown. Yeah, coming out right up. Now it's kind of rematch for winner final, so let's see what's gonna change. And,
Perception gets just short
almost
of
get
the.
yeah. Just mid kill there for Perception before getting the 30th or quad PC there. Kind of unfortunate, but for another Perception, but looks pretty much in a okay state right now.
Louis higher on their board, but has some fantastic garbage, at least at the immediate level, to work with, and is
Yeah.
able to take advantage of that, and is setting up a T-spin
Yeah, that's
triple
kind
setup,
of
but
greedy on
went
my
for two.
liking, but managed to put it off. So yeah,
His Perception is setting up, clears just a triple there to get cleaned up a little bit more, but now is near the bottom of their board, threatening Louis, and Perception takes the first match.
both players start with Perception managed to find the PC right away. While we will struggle to find any continuation from the TKI there. And that missed up though may cost him the yep, just gotta cost him. Also, this Perception is making a 5. Why? Kinda curious, yeah.
Perception is doing a fantastic job out of these openings to
Yeah.
put on the pressure early and put Louis into a more of a defensive state very quickly.
Correct. And right now, Luis managed to find some counter attack from himself, I believe. But in the meantime, Perception, managed to fire a good down sack there. 8 damage.
Perception staying with the fundamentals of modern Tetris play. Had to mess up their stack a little bit, but keeps up the attacks very nicely and has a very large well that they can work through
Yeah.
to clean everything up here.
The 9-0 will as well. The perfect will from making score, I believe. Oh, the back to back there might cause a little there on Louis board, and yep, that's gonna be it. 3-0.
But Perception not dropping a match so far in these grand finals.
Yeah.
If they win this first set, then there will be a bracket reset, and we will get to see these two players for one last first to 7. But if Louis comes out with the win on this, then it will be over at that point.
It's gonna be over. But I think that from what I see from Perception board right now is play pretty much a clean game. Managed to find a lot of solution that managed to top out Louis. But at the same time, Louis, I think they struggle a bit.
Yeah, Louis at this point has a fairly comfortable stack to work with. A couple unpleasant lines, but with that gets to a well and is able to work with that well to keep the incoming attacks at bay.
Yeah. Ooh, and that little.
With both of these players starting
Yeah,
with a
both
PC, but
Louis
not
I
being
think
able
he-
to complete
Oh,
it.
and the second PC as well. Oh god, Perception not doing it though. That's brutal. Oh, that's the third PC on top of the failed PC. Oh my god.
Perception
That's
with
brutal.
that immense PC knowledge, putting on the ridiculous pressure here, making it 5-0 to keep
Yeah.
up on this, and once again misses the PC in the exact same way as we had seen earlier between these two.
Oh god, that's so brutal. Yeah, if you are Louis, but for Perception, you can shake it up. It's just like, well, I miss PC, and so what? I can still top you out. But yeah, back-to-back gaming is coming back from Perception boy right now. Managed to fight 5 back-to-back. While Louis
Perception-
just tried to survive. Managed to fight 16 though. And another 12. And we might see no sweep came out from Louis, and yeah. Just like that. Managed to fight 1 on the board. Who missed red PC there? I believe so. I think a lot of PCO opener is just like most likely it's all about pattern recognition though. Like if you sometimes you autopilot yourself that it's gonna be this solution when you're not looking for your preview, and you're gonna miss PC quite often than ever.
That is very true. With some of these setups, sometimes the option that is most often just does not work out. But between these two players, they are keeping very good pace with each other overall. With
Yeah,
Louis
but now
having
it's-
the upper ground for a third match in a row, bringing this from a nearly dead position to a an almost equal one at this point.
Oh, the mid stop there. Cost Perception of PC, but can Perception find a way out? I believe they will. Yeah, just a little bit few sequence and unfortunate though. And also, I gotta blame myself for competitively curse. Yeah, don't mind me.
The eternal troubles, which is commentator's curse. Neither of these players continuing on the PC openers. Instead, Louis going for a DT cannon and perception.
Almost, yeah.
I couldn't quite catch it. Louis with a slight bit of a misdrop into there, but is able to clear it out and get that T-spin to clean up and hopefully soon get access to that fantastic eyepiece while available. But it's so close, and with these pieces, it's becoming
And the
more and
piece
more
sequence is not
challenging to
helping.
get out of it.
Yeah, and that's brutal piece sequence there. C, the T, and not finding any I or L.
And with that, Perception could not get the first PC and got sent garbage before being able to try for the second. Therefore, making Louis get a good position so far in this
Ooh, that
particular
messed up.
match.
Perception managed to find a piece of, but clean out. But managed to clean out in a later state. But right now, the Weave is putting up the pressure. So the team is up there. It's not gonna help Perception boss state.
You're now trying to count to 4 there and get at least some kind of clean out of this very cheesy garbage. As Louis has some of the cleanest garbage that you could imagine.
Yeah. I think a lot of problem with S player or hell even high low SS player is that they cannot deal with cheat that very well. But this player is managed to simply just mob them out.
Players are doing a fantastic job of keeping pace with each other. But the threat of a bracket reset here is quite possibly a little bit daunting to Louis, as Perception does score that bracket reset. Meaning it's not over yet. We still get to see these for one more first to 7 to figure out who is truly the winner.
Alright, Perception will take a little bit of break right now. Ooh, we gotta have a bracket reset for the first ever, I believe, for international CTO Showdown and for the intermediate international CTO Showdown. Wow. Right now, Perception is gonna take a little bit of break from. I think the fatigue might come to play at this stage of the tournament, though. Not only the nerve, the fatigue that you had to going through the loser bracket itself, and also how much stake is on the line right now.
This being the with this being the bracket reset, it's just going to remain very close this whole time.
Yeah. I think Perception is taking a deep breath right now. He managed to put a bracket reset, but can he close it out though? That's the real question. Sure, every tournament, sure you can take a bracket reset off of that player, but can you close it out? Can you manage to bring yourself into the finish line, or you not gonna perform in the last minute of the tournament. It can also happen even in like a top player state.
That is very true, and even in Tetris tournaments in general, it's not too often where we get to see a bracket reset. There's usually the one player that is leagues ahead of everyone else, it seems.
That's very true indeed. Alright.
With this,
Alright, but
we
they are
will be-
already up and we're gonna have a bracket reset game.
and off we get to go to our very final first to 7 of this tournament. Louis and Perception both going out of the gate without being able to get any kind of PC, but Perception, as I say that, gets one, putting Louis extremely high on their board.
And also get the second PC as well. Oh, I think the momentum is swinging right now in the Perception flavor. Oh, double PC there managed to cancel each other out. Meanwhile, nobody can find the second PC.
Yeah, I think Perception's ability to get these PCs with a relatively consistent amount of regularity means that they're quite the force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, especially in early game. I think like something that a lot of players miss the point about early game is that sometimes PC is just too good. Yeah, PC is pretty much can be countered by sending one line, but if you cannot counter it just in time, you have nothing to just dealing with like a half of your board set and you are almost gone if you are not well counter enough. But at this time, Perception managed to counter all the spy that Louis sent to.
Yeah, having the ability to counter PC is definitely a skill. Is if you're not ready for it, it's just going to come barreling at you.
Yeah, I think I watched like one game of like Ticket Effect that Jeremy is playing Zone, and he just got top out by PC, the two PC in the 2 PC, and he just got top out immediately because he has not expect that. Speaking of devil, Perception is on the PC tier right now.
Perception is able to take full advantage of these frequent PCs to get a really strong opening stance. But Louis is doing a pretty good job of defending against it afterwards and keeping these matches going for more than just a moment or two.
Yeah. But as I said before, but the early game is just one part of the game that you can manage to counter it, 6-pin PCO or whatever, but if you cannot continue playing in the mid game, it's not effective enough tactic that you just building for the early game stuff. And speaking of the devil, Perception B0.
Perception showing their strength here against Louis. Could not get the PC, but this does mean that Louis may have a good position to start off with.
That back-to-back chain is backfiring Louis right now. Trying to go for back-to-back pressure, but instead, Louis just got all the spy that he sent it. The return to
And
sender is so real right now.
And Louis got some very unpleasant garbage for quite a while there. And it wasn't until one of the most recent attacks that the garbage was actually clean enough to be able to have a good advantage out of it.
Yeah, I will agree with you with that. It's just too much sometimes. But Louis is getting cheese race right now. Ooh, and that
Perception
misstep is not gonna help any further.
Perception's nearly immaculate board this whole time is just putting on immense pressure on Louis. But from a couple slow plays due to a misdrop, this has put Perception up quite high and may allow Louis to get a good win rate here.
I guess, yeah. Do we manage to find the round right now?
Perception gets the all clear to begin it off. Was looking for that second one, but could not get it.
Yeah,
And
but
instead, Louis has taken advantage of the garbage to send a very large amount back at Perception.
yeah. One thing that a lot of PC player especially in the beginner level, is that they don't aware that if you cannot top out the opponent just in time, you're gonna get counter spy, like a big counter spy, and if you are not well expect in that, well, you gotta get top out. But right now, it's Perception. It's trying to keep on the pressure to Louis. But meanwhile, Louis managed to dash that comfortably.
Yeah, both players are getting unpleasant situations with the garbage. They are doing great work to get through them, but Louis is just very high up and could not get through it all.
Oh, that's PC window is just too brutal.
Both players getting an all clear right off the bat in different manners, and Perception continuing on the PC loop,
Third PC
able to get a
is
third
coming up.
one and a
And a
fourth.
Oh god, that's so brutal. But Louis managed to douse that out of it and stay alive.
But with that, Perception's PC loop has now ended, and Louis has sent a ridiculous amount of attack from all of that PC garbage that Perception had sent over, giving Louis an extra win out of this.
Managed to find a round after being pressured by Perception. It's just but speaking of the devil, is Louis' turn is to find a PC and we get himself one round different.
As you begin, they have pretty much identical strategies out of the gate, and they vary it up a little bit, with Louis preferring a more central stack, whereas Perception, at least at that time, had preferred a slightly left favoring stack for a bit. Both of these players now in a good stack point, with Perception's well being able to be used for some additional large attacks.
Yeah. But in the meantime, Louis is he making a homemade cheese for himself? What's going on? Okay, never mind.
Louis works through the garbage in a fantastic manner, and
Yeah,
now
but-
is dealing with the garbage just about as it's coming through.
Yeah, but all the cheese, so can Louis manage to escape this situation? I guess we will find the answer is pretty shortly, but manage to. Oh, that's brutal a little bit. Manage to find a well to counter spy, but it's not enough.
Perception could not get APC on this one, giving
Yeah.
Louis the very quick first attacks there. But Perception does have some good garbage that can be worked through to
Yeah.
send some attacks if they're able to get to it fast enough.
Yeah, right now you manage to perception manage to deal with. Ooh, but speaking of the devil, the misstep there might not. Oh, okay, never mind.
Mankind won't be destroyed.
You know what I'm saying, but yeah,
That you and I are working
managed to clean out pretty comfortably.
Both of these players are doing a great job of staying with the board, even with the occasional misdrop here and there. But Louis just got spiked. Perception with an amazing attack there, bringing it
And-
to match point once again.
Yeah, match point and tournament point for perception. Ooh, but not managed to find the PC just in time, but cannot find it in the second time. The second time is not going through. Meanwhile, Louis try to find barely find an attack to just pressure perception, punishing, not finding any PC there.
With Perception now right at the bottom of their board, and Louis not far behind. This is going to be a pretty good match so far.
Yeah, but right now Louis got pressure just up a bit in a row 11, but managed to find a downside. But ooh, almost getting top out there because Louis not finding any piece to going to that well. But right now it's so complicated. That one is so complicated right now. It's not looking good for Louis. But managed to downstack just in time.
For all the marbles, Louis is doing a great job of not letting Perception get away with it that easy.
Yeah, but right now it just. Ooh, but the cheese though. If Louis cannot solve all these cheese just in time, the next spike from perception gonna be lethal. Managed to dig some of it out, but still on the 10 on the middle board right now. But can Louis? Yes, Louis managed to find the escape from the cheese situation, but right now is pretty much neck and neck.
And Perception could probably have gotten away with it had he not had a couple of inopportune pieces preventing
Ooh, that
him
spy
from being
though.
able to very easily get through it all.
Right now, Louis is pretty much trying to find an efficient downstack. Meanwhile, Perception is trying to deal with some cheese that Louis is passing through. The speed is kicking in right now. We might see the multiplier come into play very soon.
These players are doing a fantastic job of keeping up pace with each other, but Louis now with an extremely messy garbage stack there. And
Yeah.
not the right
same time,
pieces
but-
to work through it.
And that's gonna be it. Perception gonna win our first intermediate international TTO showdown.
Well-deserved win for sure there.
Yeah.
And with that, they did a fantastic job overall. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we will be getting I'm not sure if it's on stream or not, but there is a raffle of Tetrao supporter.
Yes, and the winner's gonna get 10. If I believe 10. I
The-
forgot the number.
Top 3 are each getting a couple extra entries into the raffle.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will be having our raffle here on the stream, ready to go.
Yes, we're gonna have a support raffling right now for the first one is gonna be who's gonna be and it's gonna
Recat
be
gets it.
yes a free managed to find the first supporter. And the second and it's gonna be 10 supporters we gonna give away. So yeah, the second we're gonna go for the second right away, and we got I can't pronounce that, my bad. How do I yeah, I did yeah, I need to learn how to pronunciation. Lol.
And the next winner. Oh, it'll be close here. But it's to Requin getting a month of supporter.
Yeah.
And we got Be Crazy, who definitely was crazy through some of these matches,
Yeah.
and winning a month of Tetrao supporter as a result.
I played 2 DC cannot in the match. That unfortunate though. Ooh,
Gabriel wins
Gabriel.
a month. Did not make it into the top 8, but definitely did get to play in this tournament as well. And Louis, our second place contender, winning a month of supporter as well.
Yeah.
For all of that time spent to get this far. And just
It's black.
barely, it's Black gets the next
Oh wait.
winner
Is it black,
spot.
right? Yeah, it's black. Nice.
With, I think, 3 more, but I'm not 100% sure left. The next winner is Precise.
Yes.
And with that, we have one more winner here of Frost getting the next month of the next winning supporter thing. Words are hard. And I am not sure how many left there are to be given. Last one goes
Last one
to
is gonna
Ali.
be Ali.
So congratulations to those 10 people. You will be receiving your Tetrao supporter probably sometime soon. I'm not sure on those details.
Yeah, it's
But
probably
overall-
it's gotta be sometime soon because I think that Pixel might pass out already. Yeah, our organizer might be passing out right now because it's almost 1 a.m. right now. So yeah, it's pretty much you might receive the support really late in the day if it's like on the west coast, but for east coast like me, it's just tomorrow. Yeah. So I think that's gonna be it for intermediate international TTO showdown.
Thanks
hope-
everyone who's here for watching. It's always
Yeah.
great to have someone cheer on all these folks.
Yeah, and it's fun having watched this player. Also, we're gonna have another tournament. I believe it's gonna be on another level, advanced. I don't know the detail, but yeah, we might see something in the top levels also from the international TTO Showdown, and we are and I'm excited for that. So yeah, that's gonna be it for our first international TTO Showdown and our first intermediate international TTO Showdown. And thanks for watching, anyone. Any last word?
I've got nothing. What about you, Andy, behind the scenes? All right, so Andy cannot actually speak on stream.
Yeah.
I did not realize that, but they've
Yeah.
been here keeping the stream running this whole time. So thanks to Andy for doing this. Thank you, FTH, for getting all the later brackets working, with all the later matches set up correctly. Thanks for Pixel ATC for hosting the entire thing.
Yeah, and I believe if Pixel is already left, I think he might just pass out because it's too late for him. Yeah. Yeah.
The wonders
and
of
that's-
time zones.
Yeah, the time zone is brutal though. So that's gonna be it. Thank you very much for watching. We will see you in the next intermediate TTO showdown. It might be advanced, might be elite, might be beginners. We'll see about that. So thank you and goodbye.
See you all later.